Good. Well, here we are. We have 2 days to look at this wonderful text by the third Karmapa. The lineage of Mahamudra is taught in all the different lineages in Tibet, but it's particularly associated with the Kajupa. And this short aspiration is a very useful basis for our understanding of Mahamudra, because it locates it in the general approach of Tibetan Buddhism. In the first few verses are dealing with the preparation or clarifying for us the basic working Buddhist orientation through which we open to the truth of Mahamudra. When we're looking at Dharma in terms of teaching, we're of course using concepts. The difference between the ordinary worldly concepts of samsara, of our daily life, of duality, the difference between that kind of concept and the Dharma concept is whether one is self-deconstructive or not. So in ordinary life, we take things for granted. We have a body, we have a place to live, we have ways that we spend our time and money. This seems to be a fairly reliable frame of reference. At my age, I don't think I'm practicing putting my shoes on. I just put them on. But in Dharma, we practice Dharma. That is to say, it is a dynamic, intentional activity. We become aware that we are generating a particular orientation, a particular way of understanding our life. Of course, we start from the belief or the axiom that the Buddhas are there, the Bodhisattvas are there, the meditation deities are there, and they are wanting the best for us because they have a pure orientation of kindness. But we also know that if we don't do the practice, the feeling tone of the presence of these kind beings will not be felt by us. So in ordinary life, we are relating to entities, to things. In Dharma, we are relating to forms which are explicitly illusory. Illusion means that there is form without any self-substance. It doesn't mean that the form has no power or no qualities manifesting in its shape and color and so on. But the function of the enlightened ones is to enlighten us, to let us see that our nature is light rather than falsely reified substance. And the fact that we have to do the practice gives us an indication of the truth of the fact of wandering in samsara for a long time. That is to say, we've been living in unawareness of our true presence. We've been ignorant of how our world actually is for a very long time. So we've got so used to self-deception that it feels normal. And awakening or returning to the simple truth of how it is, that seems artificial. So it can seem, if we are beginners, that we have to make ourselves enlightened. in fact, the path is to work to make ourselves free of unenlightenment, to let go of the false beliefs that we have for a long time believed to be true. So the title of the text in Tibetan is that this is the aspiration to awaken to the certain truth of Mahamudra that is written or made by Rangjung Dorji. So this term certain truth, Nyedong, it indicates something unmade, uncontrived, unformulated. It is the intrinsic. So Mahamudra, the great seal, or this, if you like, the seal of the simplicity of how it is, indicates that this truth of our own mind is not something that changes. It's not something which has to be improved or altered. It's just like this. It's not hidden by anyone. It's always here, yet we don't see it because we are busy imagining something else. That is to say that the creativity of the mind, if it is not turned towards the mind itself, starts to imagine all kinds of entities, and then imagines that some are good and some are bad, which gives rise to desire and aversion and so on. So in the first few verses, Third Karmapa sets out the basic orientation which we can use to start to thin the intensity of our dualistic belief. So it begins Namo Guru, homage to the Guru. This can be one Guru, many Gurus, but we all need a Guru. Our mother is usually our first Guru. She teaches us language, sings us songs, plays with us, which is a way of inviting us into the world and showing us how it functions. This is why respect for the parents is considered important in the Dharma, because it allows us to see that without the other, the self would not arise in a functioning form. I have become myself on the basis of many, many interactions with other people. I am not self-existing as James. The Jamesness of James, the specificity of how I am, has been shaped and modeled and contradicted in all kinds of interactions with others. This indicates that although we feel that we exist as someone, I, me, myself, this is an incomplete or false assertion. I become me because of many other people. Not only that, but through these diverse interactions with others, I take on many aspects or potentials which are evoked moment by moment in interaction with the environment, including environment with people. The more we see this, then the more vital and fresh become all the aspects of our daily life. since you got up this morning, your body has taken on many different postures and movements of your feet and your hands as you relate to the objects of your daily use. That is to say, it is through relationality that the specificity of I am hungry or thirsty or drinking or talking, these specificities arise in interaction. So then he continues thinking of the gurus, the reliance deities, the yidams that we rely on in our meditation, all the deities of the mandalas, together with all the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, and their offspring, the Bodhisattvas. We say to them, please look on us with affection. Oh, this is Saturday morning. And in my local park, there is a small gym, and many people will be there working on different machines and doing weight trainings. And the trainers help to set the resistance of the machines to optimize the development of the muscles for the people who want to participate. If the machine doesn't respond, then more difficult to work. It is the same principle here. If you have a sense that through your devotion, through your connection with the teachings, perhaps through transmissions or initiations, but also just through devotion, you develop a connection with these living presences. So many people do practice of Vajrasattva. I have become thick and dark inside with many dualistic practices, many strong beliefs, many obscuring habits. So I turn to Vajrasattva and I say, please come, be near me, sit on a lotus on the crown of my head. I invite you because I want you to do something for me. From your heart, release the purifying nectar. Around your heart, the mantra revolves in this liberating purification, pours out of your body through your right big toe and into the top of my head, filling me with purifying light. Now, on an outer level, I can go to the bathroom and have a shower and wash my hair. I'm able to wash off the outer dirt. But my ego self is not able to get rid of the inner dirt. I need to rely on Vajrasattva. This is a relationship. So for relationships to be intimate, to really feel that Vajrasattva is with you, you have to feel appreciation and devotion and indeed love. Now you might think, oh, but these gods, they're not real, you're just pretending, you're just imagining. But as I hope you will come to see when we go through this text, everything that we encounter is imagined. Everything is experience. My cup of tea, my shoes, the seat I'm sitting on, these are experiences. These are mental events. These are processes of the arising and passing of sensation, memory, feelings, thoughts, and so on. And so the more we see the power of our own mind to imagine the dull or to imagine the clear, we start to have 2 paths in front of us. The dull imagination or reification or solidification generates the delusion that I am a thing in a world of things. But the more we open to the practice, we see that everything is like a dream. Dreams are often full of emotions, hopes, fears, and so on, but they are ungraspable. And the more we attend to the actual relational quality of how we are and see that everything is experience of this moment, we see everything is ungraspable. So that's why we are requesting these deities to look on us with affection. Sadly, many of us will have spent more of our lives in nonsense than in Dharma practice. If we behaved in that way towards a partner, probably they would leave us. But the Buddhas don't give up on us. They are always ready to forgive our own forgetfulness and laziness and invite us to try again. So then he says, may these aspirations, the wishes that he will set out in this prayer or this big aspiration, be fulfilled in every detail with your support. Your supportive blessings in Tibetan means like waves of warmth and support which are flowing towards us. And this is the quality of relatedness. When a mother looks at her baby, and you can almost see the love streaming out of her eyes, this is the quality of blessing or chinlok. This dissolves anxiety. This offers an unconditional welcome. Then he says, I and all limitless sentient beings. So this gives us a sense that this is a truly Mahayana practice, because we always practice including all sentient beings. This means we include the highest ethereal gods, the gods of the sensuous realms, the jealous gods, all human beings, all animals, all hungry ghosts, and all the beings in the diverse hells. Our position is inclusive. We are turning away from our habit of judgment, evaluation, prejudice, bias. All are special. Generally, when we do this practice, if we're imagining all these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and so on in the sky in front of us, we imagine all the people we don't like or might ordinarily consider our enemies, we imagine them in front of us. And our friends and the people we like behind us. This is so that the blessing will come first to the people we don't like. This is part of the practice. This is designed to push against our usual structure of taking care of those close to us and not really bothering about other people. So all of us together generate snow mountains of very pure intentions and actions. Imagine a vast mountain of snow. How many little flakes of snow would it go to make that up? And all of us are generating this mountain. It's been created by our pure thoughts and actions. Now, because we do this practice with all beings and we dedicate our merit to all beings, it means that there is not one being, no matter how badly they have behaved, who is without some accumulation of pure intention and action. Oh, no one is coming empty-handed. We will share all the merit that we have ever accumulated with the murderers, with the cruel dictators, the torturers, and so on. There are no beings that are innately bad. Bad actions arise from the five poisons, which arise from unawareness of the pure ground. This is why Vajrasattva can purify us. If we were intrinsically, innately bad, there's nothing he could do. Purity is intrinsic. Confusion, mistakes, bad behaviors, harming others, this is adventitious. This arises due to patterning of energy, which we falsely identify with as ourself and others. So we imagine that from this beautiful snow mountain, streams are flowing out, streams of virtue, free of the muddying three concepts. So these three concepts are the concepts of ourselves, of others, and of the connection in between. So if I think I want to help you because you are needy and you have some problems, then this will not be a pure virtuous activity. Because although you may get some benefit from what I do for you, my behavior has been cloudy or muddy due to the belief that I am real, you are real, and what I do for you is real and important. So what this means is that we allow ourselves to be open to the flow of benign, helpful, kind activity without turning it into a dualistic connectivity. So then we make this hope. May these streams merge in the ocean of the Buddha's four modes. That is to say, may all sentient beings, including myself, generate virtue through which we will flow into the four aspects of enlightenment. That is to say that our mind becomes the Buddha's mind, our speech becomes the Buddha's speech, our body becomes the Buddha's activity. And that these three aspects are absolutely inseparable or integrated. When we get very involved in activity, we can lose a sense of the context where we are. People can fight in the street or do very sexual kissing in the street, and they become oblivious to other people. They are lost in the intensity of their experience. But the Buddha's body, or the manifestation into interaction with other beings, is never separated from the open ground, from the field of awareness, and remains able to access the potential required to bring light into the whole situation. The mind, that is to say, the truth of our mind, is primary. It is the basis. It's the foundation and source of everything we experience. So if we awaken to the mind, to the Dharmakaya, that is our own liberation. So it's said that the Dharmakaya is for us. And the two form modes, the Sambhogakaya the radiant form, and the Nirmanakaya, the expressive form, these manifest for the other. But they don't come out of the Dharmakaya, because the Dharmakaya is without any limit. It's like the sky, and every movement is moving in the sky or the space of awareness. So what we're saying here is, may all beings awaken to the ground truth, the basic truth of how they actually are, and thereby both be freed from their own suffering and limitations, and simultaneously become available to benefit others. And simultaneously be able to manifest many different forms in order to benefit all beings. Then he says, for as long as this is not achieved, that is to say, until we have universal enlightenment, in birth after birth, in each and every lifetime, may even the words harm and suffering be unheard. That is to say, may we be in a place of joy. And may we, and then he says, and may we enjoy well-being within a notion of happiness and virtue. For example, by being reborn in Dzogchen, the pure realm of Amitabha. On the path, due to our habit of being distracted, we have to be careful around provocative situations. For example, there are many wars in the world at the moment, and there are many communities directly suffering from climate change. When we see the suffering that arises from this, and we see how much of it arises from selfish, self-centered behavior, then it's easy to feel anger, to think that the people who do this are bad people. We want them to go away, perhaps to die. But if we are going to practice Dharma deeply, we have to recognize, oh, this is the voice of my own anxiety. I don't want to suffer. And in this situation, it seems to me that these people are making me suffer. This is how it feels. Is this true? All suffering arises from causes. On a relative level, this is the interaction of subject and object. But the deep cause of all suffering is unawareness of emptiness. When we see that all appearances are empty, then there is no appearance which is so real and important that I should kill you in order to get it. We kill and harm and steal and rape and abuse others because of these three concerns. Self is real, object is real, the other is real, and the connection between them is real. These three concepts operating together are a form of prejudice. They are, in fact, the basis for all the prejudices that we encounter. Whether it's turning against women in misogyny, or turning against people in homophobia, or race with a racist attitude, these prejudices arise from the basic prejudice, I exist, you exist, as does the connection between us. But when we realize how vulnerable we are to provocations, which generate a strong reaction, and we realize that we can't hide from the world, then we need to strengthen again and again the two basic aspects of our practice. The first is the wisdom of emptiness. To really be directly clear in each situation that everything we encounter has no inherent existence. And then secondly, to have an unlimited compassion or kindness for all beings. Seeing the true emptiness of some substantial inner essence in all beings, there is no basis for either hatred of some or a limited love that makes others special. That is why being reborn in a pure land such as Sukhavati, Dewachen, or Zangdopauri, the pure land of Padmasambhava, is very important. Now, you might think, oh, this is just like fairy tales. So these places can't exist. This world is real. From the Dharma point of view, that's a confused perception. We have these 6 realms. At this moment, each of us is in the human realm. That's why we can have this Zoom connectivity together. Even if your dog is sitting in the room with you, it's not going to get much benefit from the Zoom. We have access because we have minds which can imagine the meaning of the words. When we were born, we couldn't do that. We had a potential to do it. And due to favorable conditions, that potential ripened as our capacity to speak. Some of the people who are with us today can speak 3, 4, 5 different languages. Each of these language worlds brings a particular flavor into how we participate. Again and again, we have to look at our daily life and see everything is imagined. At this time in America, the rivalry between the Democrats and the Republicans is enacting something very important for all of us. That is to say, following the Democrat orientation, can we believe that there are facts in the world which can be established by rational investigation and provide a firm foundation? Or do we follow the path that many Republicans seem to be following, that if you develop a particular belief and you invest it with a lot of your emotional energy, you can project it out into the world and have it function as a truth, although it has no rational basis to it at all. From the Dharma or Buddhist point of view, if rational thought, if analytical critique cannot discern a difference between deluding imaginings and imaginings which can be part of the path of awakening, then we are lost. So with the war in Ukraine, Ukrainian people believe it's our country, and Russia believes this country, Ukraine, is part of Russia. Because of this conflict of beliefs, of imaginings, many people have had to flee their own country, their own village, their land, their animals. Many soldiers and civilians have been killed. There are reports that many women have been raped and abused. The basis of all of this is imagination. I imagined, and what I imagine is true, and your imagining is false. Therefore, I'm going to act on the basis of what I believe. Reality is imagined. Everything is imagined. The mind is the ground of all imagining. If we awaken to the true nature of our mind, then we are no longer prisoners of imagining. So in every country, our national identity is a form of imagining. For example, the British generally still believe that we did well to have our colonies. But now there is more and more research showing the terrible crimes that were committed by the British in India, in Africa, in many, many countries. But if we were to believe this and teach it properly in schools, we would have to believe that we are cruel exploiters, no better than the Russians. But we want to be better. So we want to be able to wag our finger at China. And the president of China says, if you wag your finger, I give you the finger. You know, it's like that. You, the British, think you are the best, but I, the president of China, know better. This is all imagination. This is making patterns of concepts, memories, bits of history, facts, pseudo-facts into some kind of patterning that makes you feel good and makes you better than the other. So if we start to see how this world itself is the movement of the mind, then the possibility of going to pure lands, like the pure lands created by the great intention, the great imagination of the Buddhas, makes sense. I often use political or economic examples. I don't mean to encourage a lot of concern about the shifting patterns of the world. If you get into tracking the news, you're going to make yourself upset. But what we want to do is to see the basic instability of the assumptions and concepts that we have built our sense of personal identity, national identity, and so on with. In the Tibetan language, the word that they use for this world is Dzogchen. Jigpa means to shake, to tremble, to fall apart. And ten means the site or the arena where this is happening. We are living in the realm of collapse. And when we look at human history, we see this is surely true. Although in Western Europe, there has been peace now for 50, 60 years, in many countries, there has been no peace. There are always wars occurring somewhere on this planet. Moreover, we have old age, sickness, and death. This body, Mr. James's body, is very much the site of falling apart. I'm crumbling in front of your eyes. This is the nature of aging. There is nothing stable to rely on, except the intrinsic, which never changes. So he's bringing us gradually towards the understanding of the intrinsic. So now we take a break and we're back at 1:45. Okay, see you then. Okay, everybody ready? Good. So firstly, I want to say, to remind you about that we have a subsidizing system for buying books to make it cheaper to buy books if you find books very expensive. Because I noticed that some people don't have this book, and it's available now in different languages, in German, Spanish, Portuguese coming, Polish will be ready very soon. But, you know, books can become unavailable. And it's also the heartblood of our lineage. So I would encourage you to purchase the books as they are available, using this support if you need it. In the springtime, we'll be doing Radiant Aspiration. That's a text that was written by Sia Lama in order to extend the life of his guru, Sursem Zampo. It's a very helpful survey of many approaches to Dharma. Also in January, we'll be doing the Padmasambhava initiation for those who are interested. And we also have this book, Being Guru Rinpoche, which gives an overview of the practice and the background of what is Tantra. Moreover, we have today our translators who are working with us, and they're also involved in translating texts. A lot of hours go into this work. Oh, it's also a way of respecting the translators to have the books and read them. And you can also dialogue with the translators if there are things that are not clear in your language. You have this opportunity now. It won't last forever. Okay, so we continue with the text. In the English, it's page 86. So he says, having gained the precious freedoms and resources and endowed with faith, diligence, and discernment. So there are 8 limiting situations we don't want to be born in the hells, in the animals, insatiable ghosts, long-living gods, or to be born in a culture where there is no ethical clarity, where there's a lack of civilization, or to live in a place where there's no understanding of karma. Particularly, this would be the modern materialist cultures where people think they only have one life. And indeed, to be born in any place where you can't access the Dharma or have no interest in it. And to be born with physical and mental impediments to being able to learn and practice. This is not a way of saying that, oh, Buddhism is better than any other belief system. All belief systems are like tools. So we use tools according to what we're working on, whether it's a spanner or a screwdriver or a saw. So what's our problem? If you follow the Dharma and you understand that when you die, you will take on another life. And then when that ends, you have another life. And this goes on and on and on until you wake up to the ground of this manifestation, which is your own mind present at the moment. So if you see, oh, this is my problem, then Dharma is very useful because it is the right tool for freeing you from this difficult and limiting situation. And we have 5 qualities or 5 opportunities which develop from our own situation, the karma to give us a healthy body in a Dharma country, to have all your 5 sense organs functioning. As I pointed out before, I need my glasses to read. So although I have many books, if I don't have my glasses, I can't read. So limitations on the functioning of the sense organs can really diminish your life. Now is the time to study and practice because we don't know what old age will bring to us. Also, they say not to have committed any of the 5 boundless sins, or inhabiting a situation which is problematic. For example, to be born in a family of butchers, where you learn to kill from an early age. And from your own good karma, you can have faith in the Dharma. And we have the 5 opportunities coming from the others, that the perfect Buddha has been born in the world, that Buddha taught the Dharma, that these Dharma teachings remain. We are still able to access the teachings coming from Buddha Shakyamuni, that there is a Sangha to support us in our study and practice, and that the Dharma is taught by the compassionate teachers to the devoted students. This you will find in more detail in chapter 1 of Simply Being, which is in most languages. So this is the basis of our good luck, our ability to practice the Dharma, that we develop faith. We start to trust it because we bring it into the world and we see that it illuminates how this complex field evolves. And we develop diligence, that we keep going even when we feel tired or sad or feel we don't understand anything. That is to say, we start to trust that the depth of the Dharma is more important than our own confused feelings. We hold on to the Dharma. We take refuge in the Dharma to stop us being swept this way and that by our transient impulses. And we develop discerning wisdom. And we develop this by applying ourselves to the teachings. Oh, especially if emptiness is not clear for you, you have to go to the Heart Sutra again and again. There are many recordings of my teachings on this, and there are many books on emptiness. And you can practice this whatever you're doing. When you see a car, just look again and see wheels, windows, metal, color. That is to say, the concept of car is both, seems somehow to conceal the fact that it's a compound, that it's a composite of these different aspects. Although the word car seems to indicate something, this is not a singular thing. It is a composite in which the compositional factors operate together. So the car is a site of collaborative functioning of the parts. And if this is not clear for you, you have to look again and again and again until you see, oh, I wrap this complexity in the simplifying singularity of the name or the title car. And this is how I obscure the dynamic nature of what's in front of me. So he says, with this, may we rely on excellent spiritual friends and receive the essential instructions. Then, practicing in the proper way without encountering obstacles, may we practice the pure Dharma in all our lives. So you can see how each of these verses is expressed as an aspiration. May this be possible for us. Oh, everything is experience. Experience is the experience of that which arises for the mind. So the function of these aspirations is not some vague good hope. Rather, it is a very focused intention. May this come to be. I am going to turn the energy of my life, my accumulation of merit and wisdom towards the task of bringing this into being. This is my life's work. And this is particularly important now in the face of wars and climate change and economic difficulties everywhere, it's easy to feel powerless and at the mercy of these huge forces. So it's very important to ground ourselves in the clarity and focus and depth of our pure intention to gain enlightenment for the sake of all beings. So then in the next verse, he says, studying the teachings frees us from the veils of ignorance. We start to penetrate through the assumptions which comfort us that our ego self is secure and stable, and see the actual emptiness of or lack of inherent existence in our world. More precisely, he says, reflecting on the pith instructions defeats the darkness of doubt. The pith instructions are like the Mahamudra texts that are the first part of the Sweet Simplicity book, and like many of the texts in Simply Being. The pith instruction is when some great scholar and meditator like Patu Rinpoche distills the profound clarity of their own experience into a brief expression that allows us to really see the point. Then he says, the light arising from meditation clarifies precisely how we are. How we are is also how all experience is. So when we start to sit in meditation, we start to notice the impermanence of what is occurring in our mind. Thoughts come and go. At first, we are still relying on our thoughts as the vehicle of what seems to be truth. A thought arises and we want to spend more time with it because it seems very important. Or we're sure that some revelation will come to us, and so we're waiting expectantly for some profound thing to happen. So there we see what in the pith instructions it says, don't go after past thoughts, don't wait expectantly for future thoughts. Thoughts are the currency of samsara, but they have no value in nirvana. As long as you invest your energy in thoughts, you will only be able to function in samsara. It's not that thoughts are bad, but you cannot see the true nature of thoughts as long as you mistake them for something reliable. So you start to see, oh, thoughts come and go, feelings come and go, sensations come and go. What I call my mind is not like a big library or a storehouse of something. It's much more like a busy crossroads in a city with traffic going in all directions. So the thought feels important, but it's gone. Because it's gone, I can't catch it. What I have to do is think about the thought that's gone. So I manifest more and more thoughts, but the first thought has already gone. Oh, thinking about thinking is having a busy mind. So the light of meditation is to start to see thoughts are transient, they lack inherent existence, and they are discontinuous. The more we slow ourselves down and are less distracted, the more we start to see that there are very fine gaps between the thoughts. And as we start to see this gap, this space of the mind, it becomes clear that the thoughts are emerging from the space of the mind and going back into the space of the mind. So that rather than there being a chain of events, this thought, this thought, this thought, this thought, in which our busy mind is progressing down this flow of experience, going from one experience to the next, which is the basis for this Tibetan term for sentient beings, drowa, the goers, those who are moving from this to this to this. We start to see, oh, it is experience which is coming and going. But the mind itself, the clarity of awareness, is not moving anywhere. So this is the light which shows very precisely how it is. Although the stillness and the movement are inseparable, the empty mind and the radiance or illumination or display of the potential of the mind, one is moving and one is still. I, as awareness, never moves. I, as ego self, as experience, as participation, is always moving. Empty awareness is ungraspable. And the self-arising and self-vanishing moments of experience are also ungraspable. So he says, may the illumination of these three aspects of discernment spread everywhere. So this is what we do. We study, and then we reflect on what we study. We try to apply it to our daily life so that it really illuminates what's happening, and then we go into the depth of meditation. So he says on the next verse, the nature of our ground is the two truths, free of the extremes of eternalism and oblivion. The ground is the ground of everything. It's the meaning of it, or the truth of it, is the truth or the meaning of how we actually are. And this is the two truths, that is to say, relative truth and absolute truth. Relative truth is marked by dependent origination. That is to say, on the basis of this, that arises. So, on the basis of pressures in the economic system, we have in most countries now rapid inflation, which means that people's relationship with consumerist capitalism changes. Items you might be able to buy a few years ago without thinking, now you think, oh, that's a lot of money. This is the relative truth. Nothing is fixed and kind of contained inside itself. It has no inherent self-defining existence. Things manifest according to factors outside themselves. Many of the old heavy industries which were found in Western European countries have vanished. They are now found in in countries where the economy is less developed, and so workers are paid less money. So someone might think, I'm a coal miner or I'm an engineer, but due to these global economic conditions, that function, that work is moved to another country, and the engineer is de-engineered. The coal miner is de-coal mined. And this, of course, also happens to our body. We will die. I continue in my body for as long as the factors of health are there, but the factors of destruction are not coming from another country or over the hill. They're already embedded in the fact of my lifespan determined by my karma. So again, we can see that, oh, this is a problem of grammar. that I keep making my sentences too short. I am James, full stop. But I am James due to the functioning of factors which sustain the manifesting of James. James is the expression of the collaboration of different factors, that the heart and lungs and liver and so on of James continue to collaborate. That when James is walking on the pavement, a drunk driver doesn't come onto the pavement on his wild car. Every day people die in traffic accidents. They have strokes, they have heart attacks, they get stabbed. Until now, James has not been influenced by these factors, and so there is a continuity. So relative truth is the invitation to really review your life as a dynamic manifestation, which is not in the palm of your hand. It's not up to you to decide how you will be. You are working with circumstances. And absolute truth means the space of the mind, which is not depending on anything. Everything that we know is compounded. It arises through the functioning together or the juxtaposition of diverse factors. But the mind itself is not like that. The emptiness of the mind is itself the space of the display of the experiences that the mind illuminates. And this, as he says, is free of the extremes of eternalism and oblivion. So I could say I've been James for 73 years. That's quite a long time. But it's not eternal. I'm going to die. When I die, it won't be oblivion, because the dynamic factors which lead to manifestation in a particular life in one of the 6 realms, that continues. That is like the wind of space, the most subtle energy. I'm not going to be here forever, and in fact, I have changed every day of my life, but neither will it come to a final end. This is the Buddha's teaching of the middle way, the way which runs between all extremes and polarities. Every proposition that we try to assert about our identity or the identity of other people or things in the world is false. As the great Madhyamika philosopher Nagarjuna said, when people made proposition, he said, not this, not this. Of course, when we look in the Heart Sutra, form is empty, emptiness is form. When we say it's empty, it means we can't find any essence or inherent existence to any formation. But at the same time, I'm drinking some coffee out of my cup. You can say it exists relatively. It exists in relation to factors. And this is the thing, this is the point that's a little bit tricky. The existence of the cup is not something inside it. You can't say it's inside, you can't say it's outside. If I drop the cup, I'm going to get splashed in coffee and the cup will probably break. So the existence or the continuity of the cup depends on mindful care and attention. You can't say the cup doesn't exist, and yet it doesn't exist in and of itself. The cup is present somehow midway between truly existing and not existing. This is appearance and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, awareness and emptiness, pleasure and emptiness, pain and emptiness. So he's saying This is the nature of our ground. What we emerge from is the emptiness of the mind, which is not empty, it's a full empty. It's not full of stuff. It's full of experience. Experience is everything which occurs in samsara and nirvana. Happy, sad, sleeping, waking, pleasure, pain. So in the tradition, they say that to have a human birth with some connection with Dharma is the best place in the whole of samsara for awakening. The God have pleasure all the time, so that seems like a stable state to them until it ends. And the beings in the hell realms have pain and terror every day, every second of every day for a huge amount of time, and so it seems that there is only pain. Whereas we have a much wider range of experience. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're sad. Because of the instability of the factors in our world, relationships vanish. What the person who made us happy ends up making us sad. And by having this flow of experiences of impermanence, we can start to see that our egoic orientation towards pretending that the factors of the world, including our body, are somehow stable and reliable, we start to see this is a false assumption. So the ground is, the mind itself is empty, but full of experience. If the empty ground is not seen, we have samsara. If the empty ground is seen, then we have nirvana. So on the basis of this ground, we have the second line of this verse, which is, with the supreme path of the two accumulations free of the extremes of assertion and denial. So when we turn our mind towards the Dharma and start to accumulate merit by acting for the benefit of others, developing Dharma possibilities for other people, building stupas, printing books, and so on. And of course, merit is available everywhere. It's not just for the people in professions which are explicitly helping ones, like nursing or teaching. If you work in a company, a commercial company, you can practice honesty, not gossiping, not backbiting, rejoicing in the promotion of your colleagues, and so on. And the accumulation of wisdom is to see the absence of inherent existence in yourself, in all sentient beings, and in all phenomena. By maintaining this orientation, you become free of the two limitations of exaggeration and deprecation. Because these two limiting movements occur on the basis of reification. Politicians are always saying, my party is better than your party, my country is better than other people's countries. They exaggerate the importance of themselves and put down or deny the importance of other people's existence. So essentially, these are the limits which arise from prejudice and bigotry. That is to say, I have definite knowledge about you. I know who you are, I know what you are, and I know where to locate you in the hierarchy of value. This is a delusion. When we go back to the first line of this verse, the ground is empty. It's the inseparability of the two truths. The absolute truth says no formulation can catch anything. So if I say I'm better than you, or you are better than me. This is a relative truth formulation which has come adrift of the absolute truth of unborn emptiness of all formulations. All the wars in the world, all the persecution, all the attacks, the exploitation arise on the basis of the unawareness of the integrity between the open, empty ground and the ceaseless flow of manifestation. Following this path, we come to the third line. There is the result of the two benefits, free of the extremes of busy samsara and peaceful nirvana. That is to say, when I see that I'm not separable from the environment, even if I'm asleep, I'm in my bed, the bed is in the room is in the flat is in the street, and so on. So I am always with the environment. I talk with people. I eat food prepared from the work of the farmers. I wear clothes woven by people in factories far from where I live. That is to say that what I take to be my individual existence is inseparable from the existence of other people. The benefit of self and others comes together. It's not that I should benefit myself first, and if I have some extra resources, I will give them to other people. Every moment of my existence is interconnected with the existence of others and dependent on the existence of others. My body, my speech, my mind are interactive. If you are unhappy, I see your unhappy face. Do I want this? No. So making you happy is making me happy. Unless, of course, we go back to the second line where I say I am special. And when I see you are unhappy, I say, good, you are nothing to me. You're really stupid. But when you dissolve this artificial construction of hierarchy, and you see that we all have the same ground, which is infinite emptiness, we are all the display of emptiness, then self and other are not different at all. And this non-duality of self and other, non-duality of manifestation in the ground, is the midline between busy samsara and peaceful nirvana. So he says, may we meet this Dharma free of error and mistakes. Now we have to be very clear here. This is not saying, oh, the Christians are wrong, or the Muslims or the Hindus. It's not about saying that our dogma is best. We are not concerned with setting up propositions. What he's doing is highlighting that if you study and you reflect and then you meditate on that, you can gain access to direct experience, which is not resting on the basis of received concepts, and so illuminates the intrinsic. So in the next verse, he's focusing on purity. It is saying the basis of purification is the mind itself, the union of luminosity and emptiness. Oh, some of us have looked at this in many ways. For example, with the idea of the mirror. The mirror itself can't be found. There is no mirrorness in the mirror. When you look in the mirror, you see the reflection. The reflection is the gift of the brightness of the mirror, but the mirror itself doesn't have a secret brightness inside. when you look at the reflection, you might like it or you might not like it. That's an interpretation. But the reflection itself has no separate existence. It has no individual substance. It's not a thing. So if we say, oh, this is a really horrible reflection in the mirror, that's just an idea which is being added on to the empty reflection, which is beyond being either beautiful or ugly. If you see the nature of the reflection, then you see it's always pure. It has no basis for being a good or a bad thing. It's not a thing. So this is what he's saying, that your mind, with all the hopes and fears and doubts and shame and guilt and whatever that you carry with you, the basis of the purification of how you take yourself to be is the mind itself. This is not the content of the mind, not your memories, not your regrets, and so on. When you look directly at the mind, when you realize that the person looking at the mind and the mind itself are inseparable, then you have the union or indivisibility of the emptiness of the mind and the radiance or the showing of these ungraspable phenomena. Siya Lama always used to explain this, that if you plant barley, you won't get wheat. So if the ground is empty, what you'll get is forms of emptiness. You get awareness and emptiness, clarity and emptiness, appearance and emptiness, because it's the manifestation remains true to its source. That is to say, something, you can't get something out of nothing. What you can get from nothing is something nothing. So these two are born together. This is empty appearance. That is to say, the mind itself is intrinsically pure. And that is the basis of purification. So an example that's often given in other texts is that if you wash a piece of coal every day for a year, it won't become chalk. Coal is coal. Oh, the mind is already pure. It doesn't need any purification. Then in the next line, he says, that which purifies is the great indestructible yoga of Mahamudra. Mahamudra is the word Mahamudra is used in different ways. The great indestructible yoga of Mahamudra means both the truth of the intrinsic and awakening to the intrinsic. Although your mind has been pure from the very beginning, you will not see this if you keep your attention fixated on patterns of concepts, interpretations, assumptions, and so on. So this great indestructible yoga of Mahamudra has different aspects to it. Firstly, you have to be able to keep your mind one-pointedly free of distraction. And then this undistracted attention, when it becomes inseparable from the clarity of the mind itself, you see that it's indestructible. When it's not relative, when it's free of relative positions, then you have the indestructibility of the clarity of the mind, which sees that everything has only one taste. If everything has only one taste, then you won't be running from this thing to that thing to the next thing. Everything which arises is inherently empty. The mind which is aware of what is arising is inherently empty. If you add emptiness to emptiness, will there be some advantage? If you subtract emptiness from emptiness, will there be some disadvantage? So, that which purifies all thoughts of identification of I've been so selfish, or I wasn't a very good parent, or I was lazy when I was at work, whatever faults or errors you feel you have, don't try to apply any antidote of purification. Although confession is helpful and an intention not to do more bad things is helpful, and Vajrasattva practice is helpful, these are not necessary on the path of Mahamudra. Because if you see that the very indestructibility of your own mind means that it has never been touched or contaminated by anything else, it is infinite and simultaneously non-dual with everything which occurs, then you see that the mind itself is intrinsically self-purifying, and this is the meaning of Mahamudra. Then the third line, the object of purification is the stain of suddenly occurring delusion. So what is it we have to purify? A suddenly occurring delusion. This is both the origin of samsara, if you were thinking more metaphysically, a long, long time ago, in the time before time, the first delusion arose, the first image of something arose. And due to that, there has been a chain of one thought linking to another thought, to another, building up this highly elaborated conceptual sphere, which we call samsara. None of this has ever actually occurred. It's like a nightmare. It's like falling into a mirage. It's like going and seeing a horror movie and becoming very scared. The horror film has been made in a film studio by cameramen and producers and actors, all of whom are doing it for money. You scare yourself on the basis of believing that this artificial construct is real. Oh, this is how samsara has been. Moreover, moment by moment, instantly, suddenly occurring, each thought, each feeling, each memory that arises is also the point of reification or de-reification. What is the source? This is the ground, the mind itself, emptiness and awareness. There is no other source. Everything is inseparable from open emptiness. If you see this, there is nothing to purify. If you don't see this, then you have the object of purification, which is the belief that an illusion is real. Now, an illusion, can it be purified? So say you drive on a hot summer day and you see this mirage in front of you and you're driving towards it and you look out, you look to the side. By the time you look back, there's no mirage. Oh, I must have run over the mirage. So you stop the car, you phone the police and say, I have to confess, I crushed a mirage. It's like that. It becomes real because you believe in it. Now, that doesn't mean that the phenomena in our world have no impact. If you bang your head in the wall, you get a sore head. That is a quality of relationship. Head and wall are not very good at kissing. So what does that prove? It proves that the wall is harder than your head. It doesn't prove that the wall is real. You might say, this is really sore. But pain is not a proof of reality. Pain is pain. There for a while, and after some hours or days, it's not sore anymore. So the object of purification is a delusion, and the purification is to see the empty nature of the delusion. So he says, may the result of purity, the stainless open mode, the Dharmakaya, manifest fully. That is to say, may we all, and may all sentient beings, rest in the intrinsic awareness that from the very beginning, there has been a ceaseless display of empty appearance without even one atom of separate, inherently existing reality. So what he's been doing is gradually increasing the analytic intensity of what he's describing in order to prepare us to see the true nature of Mahamudra that we abide in. Okay, so if we can be back on the hour, which is 50 minutes time, please. Good. Have a good break. See you then. Okay. Okay, so today we'll be continuing on this, and in the final section we'll do the Refuge and Bodhisattva ritual, and hopefully it won't run on beyond our allotted time to end at 5. Okay. So now we continue on page 90. And he says, cutting all doubts as to the ground is the confidence of the view. The ground is the inseparability of emptiness and awareness. To have doubts about this is to turn the ground into something you can think about and have an opinion about. So some of you are familiar with the 3 points or 3 statements of Garab Dorje. And he says the first point is to open to your own mind, to see your own original face. The second point is then not to remain in doubt. And thirdly, to continue in this way and not be distracted into thinking there's something better somewhere else. So, as long as we are operating inside the paradigm of duality, doubts will arise. On a relative level, doubts are a means of increasing clarity. So when you're in school, you might say something to the teacher, and the teacher will say, are you sure? What do you mean by that? So that kind of doubt or questioning is a way to increase relative clarity. But the actual clarity of the ground is intrinsic and self-proving, and so no amount of conceptual formulation will bring you directly to it. It's beyond concept. On an outer level, when you read about the ground, you might decide to read some other books where you get different descriptions and you can write down the differences between them and try to get some intellectual clarity. And that helps you to get an overview of what you're looking into. But actually, you simply have to sit with your own mind and attend to your mind as it is if you want to see your mind as it is. So when he's talking about cutting all doubts, he's meaning cutting the root of all doubts. The root of all doubts is dualistic conceptualization. So it means not looking for your mind as if it is something, but sitting in a relaxed, easy way with your mind. You're always with your mind. And then instead of turning your attention towards what's arising in the mind, you gently turn it towards the mind itself. You just open to the open source of whatever is occurring. Then the ground reveals it through itself, through its self-luminosity or self-awareness. The ground is not an object for the conceptual mind. So the confidence of the view, which is the mind has been pure from the very beginning, arises when we are directly open to our mind itself, and its emptiness is transparent. Then he says, maintaining this without wavering is the key point of meditation. So this is a non-dual meditation. It's not that I'm going to meditate on the sensation of the breath at the nostrils as in shamatha. I'm not meditating on identification with a deity as in tantra. These are meditations of activity where you do something. But here he's saying, if you maintain or rest in or abide at ease inside this, the direct presence of the ground, without straying from it, without wavering, then that is the key point of meditation. So it would be as if you live in a small town where they have a weekly market, you go early in the morning, you see the empty square, and as the market people come and put up their stalls, you maintain the sense of the empty square. The stalls are in the empty square. They can only be there because the square is itself empty of content. And then after some time, the market comes to an end, the stalls are taken down, everything's put in the vans, and they drive off. The square is swept, and it's just the empty square again. The market was the richness or the display of the potential of the empty market square. So this is how we maintain the meditation, that having relaxed and opened as different thoughts, memories, sensations, sounds, and so on arise, this is within the mind. This is experience. The experience is only possible because the mind is empty. The reflection in the mirror is only possible because the mirror is empty. The ego traces, which will be there for some time, these ego traces have fascination with the qualities that they perceive or project into what is occurring. So our ego self thinks some things are important, other things not important, some things we want, some things we want to get rid of. The movement of this reactivity is the wavering of the mind. Awareness doesn't waver or move, but dualistic consciousness imbued with a sense that this is my mind, I am the one who is thinking, this is with all these self-referential turns, this is the site of wavering. So when wavering occurs, don't react to it, just allow wavering to occur. But as the texts say, gently ease your presence back, like pulling a hair out of a lump of butter. Because having spent all this time in duality, we are used to involvement, getting enmeshed, getting caught up in what's going on. Now we have to remember that Mahamudra is indicating that everything is already within this space of the mind. Nothing has to be done. It's already arrived. That's why the seal, the great seal, is applied. It's like this. So we have to remember the familiar encouragement. Don't enter into judgment. Don't blame yourself. Because if you're convinced that something's wrong, then you probably want to apply some antidote. Oh, I'm still caught up with all my negative thoughts. I need to do some Dorje Sempa. But as this third Karmapa was pointing out in the previous verse, everything is pure from the very beginning. That is to say, the error or the problem doesn't lie in the occurrence, it lies in the interpretation of the occurrence. So if you get carried away in a little riff somewhere, as soon as you have a sense, oh, then you are here. Here is the open market square within which that particular stall was put up. Now it's gone. Now it's just space. When the arising occurs, it has no other source than the emptiness of the mind. We get lost when we believe that something has really occurred. But everything which occurs is the radiance or the showing or the display of the mind. It's its luminosity or its shining forth as this and this and this and this. But none of these appearances is separate from the ground. If you see that, then everything is self-liberating. But going back to what we looked at earlier, the three concerns, subject, object, and the connection between them. So if you get disappointed in your meditation, I can't do this. I, the subject, can't do the connection. This, the practice, is the object. Now, these three concerns are mental obscuration. So analyzing what's happening through the application of mental obscuration is probably not very helpful. If you want to clean the window, when you pick up the cloth to do it, it helps if you look at the cloth. Is it clean or not? A dirty cloth will not clean the window. Applying dull concepts to the mind will not produce clarity. So if your mind is full of jealousy or desire or sadness, loneliness, hopelessness, whatever emotion is coming, whether intense or mild, relax in the out-breath and don't do anything. The mind is self-cleaning because all that arises which could be wrongly taken as obscuration or defilement is itself not other than non-dual with the pure ground. So now in the third line, he's talking about the conduct. So he began with the view, then the meditation, now the conduct. So he says, skillfully employing the truth of meditation in all situations is the finest conduct. It means you begin always in any situation, whatever's occurring, you begin with the non-duality of appearance and emptiness. The empty clarity of awareness reveals the empty manifestation of whatever is occurring. Therefore, in your interactions with other people, walking, talking, being at work, taking care of sick relatives, whatever is your daily experience, don't stray from the illusory nature of what is occurring. So, illusion, like the rainbow, is very precise, but ungraspable. So say you have a conflict with your partner or a work colleague or your children. You and they have different positions, different ways of interpreting what's going on. All of these different positions are illusion. They have precise shape, but no true essence. Your mental activity generates this pattern of opinion and interpretation, and their mental activity generates a different pattern of opinion. So you're going to try to stab their mirage with your rainbow. There is no actual substantial basis for the difference. The difference is established because this is what I believe and you are wrong. In that moment, there is no illusion. This is, we call delusion, which is the belief that the illusion is real. And so we can keep fighting and fighting and fighting because there is no end to this mental game. So he's saying, be careful. You can have, and you will have, this precise specificity of how you manifest. The way you walk, the way you talk, the kind of music you like, the kind of cooking you do. These are patternings. These patternings, your portfolio of these particular patternings is niched within the huge infinite portfolio of all potential patternings. So you might be very involved in politics. You might be sure that the president is an idiot. Then you remember, oh, maybe next life I'm a cow. Then I won't be concerned about the president, only about the farmer. And if I'm then born as an eagle, I won't need to worry about the farmer, but only the stupid people who try to steal eagles' eggs. That is to say, my opinions, which are so important because they define me, are relative to this particular situation, which is impermanent. This is why if we study across the different Dharma yanas or vehicles, we can use each of these viewpoints to illuminate some of the blind spots that unfortunately our karma provides for us. So the first point here is don't take yourself too seriously. These opinions which you hold are something you hold. You wouldn't have to hold them if they were part of you. I hold my glasses in my hand, but I don't have to hold my hand in my hand. My hand is just my hand. The glasses are added on to me. And so are my opinions. They are not intrinsic. So that's what he's indicating, that we need to bring the openness and clarity and deconstruction which we achieve in the meditation practice into every situation, so that we don't get caught and limited, and this is the finest conduct. So he says, may we live in the confidence of the view, meditation, and conduct. Confidence here means more like, may we be at home in the view, meditation, and conduct, so that it just flows through us without us having to remember it or bring it in a dualistic way. Oh, in the next verse he says, all phenomena are apparitions of the mind. Oh, the word for phenomena here is dharma. It means that which is experienced. That can be outer forms revealed to us through our senses, or it can be sensations in the body, memories, feelings, and so on. All of them, whatever occurs, is like a dream, like something which arises in the mind and then is gone. It's not that the mind is trying to show something. We are caught up in the notion of intention. So when you're a child, very often big people say, hey, what are you doing? That's not the way to do it. There is a proper way to do it. What is your intention? And if you learn the right way and you apply yourself carefully, you will be successful. That's how you learn to change your bicycle tire when you get a puncture. But the mind is not like that. There's no one hidden in your mind, no special little essence of you as a person who is determining what's going to happen. Everything arises as if in a dream, as if created by a magician. There is occurrence, but no one is making the occurrence. One term that's used in the Dzogchen text for the mind is Kunchi Jalpo, the king that does everything. But in fact, how does the king do everything? By sitting on the throne. Everyone else is running around. You don't have a king without servants. The king just sits and everything happens. It's the same in the big tantric mandalas. You have the central figure who sits in the middle of the mandala, and around there are all the servants and supporters and people of the different sections according to the purification of the 5 poisons. And all these outer figures are doing things, but the central figure is not doing anything. This is a symbolic way of showing the non-duality of stillness and movement. So when you see the truth of this, then you see, oh, everything is unborn. If you look through the lens of relative truth, all your possessions have some kind of history. You bought them somewhere, or someone gave them to you. Before that, they were made in a factory or imported into your country. They come from somewhere, they stay somewhere, and when you're tired of them, you put them out into the rubbish and they vanish. They have a beginning, middle, and end. They are born, live, and then die. But when we see the non-duality or the non-separation or the non-contradiction of the open, empty ground and what appears, then when we stay with the direct presencing of what is occurring, without mediating this through a conceptual framework, we see that all of these formations are unborn. On an outer level, that's because they exist within a field of dependent origination. They haven't taken on their own separated existence. That's the clearest view you can get if you're looking at them as something out there. But when you open to Mahamudra or Dzogchen and you see the mind directly, that your mind is the source and the arena within which everything is happening, then directly you see everything is unborn. And this unbornness indicates that they are like apparitions. They haven't come from somewhere, they're not staying somewhere, they're not going anywhere. They are here and not here simultaneously. So all phenomena, all experience is inseparable from the mind. They are the apparitions of the mind. And this leads into the second line. This mind is no truly existing mind, for the mind's essence is empty. That is to say, when there is an experience, if our interpretation is, this is my experience, then this felt sense of my experience generates the delusion that I am a permanent existent and this experience is happening to me. So this is delusion resting on the unexamined assumption that I exist. But when we look for the mind, for example, using the 5 questions that we often do, does the mind have shape and color? Does it have a size? Does it come from somewhere, stay somewhere, go somewhere? Then we see, oh, I can't find my mind. That doesn't mean I don't have a mind. Or rather, it does mean I don't have a mind, because the mind itself is not something you can have. It's not a possession. It's not like anything else. It's not a thing among things. The mind is empty, and yet it is illuminating. The mind we are aware that we have a mind because the mind's quality is clarity, showing, illuminating, luminosity, and emptiness. So then he says in the 3rd line, though it is empty, appearances occur without obstruction. So this line is highlighting the middle way. The mind is empty, it doesn't exist, you can't find it as a thing. And yet it's not oblivion, it's not nothing at all, because appearances occur without obstruction. Without obstruction means that nothing is blocking thoughts. They just keep coming. Why do they come? It's in the very nature of the empty mind to show illusory forms. What does this mean? It means that it is in the very nature of the empty mind to show empty forms. But why? When I would ask Siya Lama this question, he would say, well, when you get enlightened, that can be the first question you have for the Buddha. Because the key point, when you are struggling to understand this, is to see that you yourself have to find the middle way. devotion is not enough with this kind of understanding. Oh, I'm sure it's true. This is the holy word of the Buddha. So we put the book on the altar and we light a lamp. On the other hand, if we become very skeptical and intellectual and think that somehow we can investigate what the Buddha said, then that's also not very helpful. We have to put ourselves in the way of understanding. Oh, you can just, this evening, if you've got a little time, you just sit and don't do anything, just watch what's happening. When you don't try to direct or control your mind, you find many different thoughts, feelings, sensations arise. And very often these thoughts or interpretations, they don't come as a full circle. You get half a thought and then there's a feeling and then some sensation and then something else and something else. It doesn't stop. It's not purposeful. Now, this is the potential of the mind. The Tibetans have a word for this. They say rang bap, falling by itself or just tumbling out. No one is doing it. It's not for any purpose. The Dharmakaya is not God. It's not a big papa or mama who's wanting good things for everyone. However, from this unborn space of awareness, you can be present with this flow of diverse potentials. It is as if you are in Hogwarts, the school of Harry Potter, and you go into a room and the whole wall is covered with little wooden drawers with handles. And as you look, a drawer comes out, you see something, then it closes, then another drawer comes out, then another, and the doors are clang, 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 and things are appearing. Oh! What does it mean? Nothing. It's just the potential. However, as you look, if you open to this display of the potential, and then you realize, oh, a button has come off my jacket. So then I go to the drawer which has the thread and the needle, and I sew the button back on. So this is the three kayas, or the three modes of the mind of the Buddha. The mind is open and empty. It is infinite potential arising randomly, able to take on endless forms. And according to circumstances, particular patterns of this potential will manifest for a while. So, for example, say Interpol, the international police, were looking for Dorji Trollo. So they go to India, they go to the cemetery to try to track him down. They interview some old yogi. He says, oh, yeah, he was here last year, but he's gone over there now. He has a different name now, Tsoki Dorji. So the police are going all over India, and every time they get to the place, he's already gone with a new name. This international criminal with endless aliases. So the police are thinking, who is the real Padmasambhava? And then Yeshish Sogyal comes and says, listen, guys, he's not real. He's good at kissing, but he's not real. So this is how it is. The Nirmanakaya manifests in situations and then is not in the situation. As the situation dissolves, that particular patterning of our potential dissolves with it. The problem for us is that our ego is an attempt to fabricate, to construct a permanent identity. So in fact, we are dynamic and emergent, not fixed and predictive. So then finally, in the fourth line, he says, fully investigating this, may we cut off the source of the reified ground. So this is the, he's coming more directly to the Mahamudra teaching in this verse. Firstly, he's saying, everything you see, everything that seems to be outside you, everything that seems to be your body, these are only apparitions. They are only experiences in the mind. So he's saying, if you look on the object side, there are no substantial objects. Then in the second line, he's saying, if you look to the subject side, I, me, myself, then also you can't find the subject. The first line has empty appearance. The second line has empty clarity. And the third line is the non-duality of these two. Although the mind is empty, the flow of experience is unobstructed. It doesn't stop. And the fourth line is saying, dear ones, precious ones, this is not theory. This is not something to memorize. This is not something to tattoo on your arm. This is to be used as a map and a compass and a torch to investigate your own experience. Object is empty, subject is empty, and the ground which reveals the interplay of subject and object is empty. When you see this, you cut off the source of the reified ground. The reified ground is the delusion, I exist. I am. This is me. So then we have to look, okay, Mr. Marvelous, Intelligent, Know-All Person. What thought will arise in your mind in 1 minute's time? We don't know. But you are the king of the world. You are the owner of your mind. It's your territory. And you don't know what's going on? By looking in this way, you see the falsity of the proposition that I am the master. This is the child who has become an orphan. The child has separated from the mother. The empty mother gives birth or non-birth to the empty child. But when the orphan is separated from the mother and has no remembrance of the mother, then it constructs its own sense of separate individual identity. This is a survival technique to assert, I exist. I like, I don't like. I want, I don't want. And so this ego self wanders alone in the world, trying to find the right patterning of outer objects that will be harmonic with its own sense of its internal patterning. And so we see expressed in many texts, may the mother and son or the mother and child meet together. When the child recognizes the mother, it knows, oh, this is my true family. All the stories of my identity, which I formulated on my own, trying to make sense of life, they are irrelevant. They have no profound meaning because I belong to this family. And in that way, the emptiness of the energy of the mind and the emptiness of the mind itself are reconciled, are non-dual, are not in opposition. And so everything has the true ground, which is ungraspable emptiness. This is a great mystery. This cannot be understood through concepts, but it is our intrinsic presence there from the very beginning. Even when you have been miserable or lonely or sad or angry, in these moments, it was nothing other than the energy of the ground. The potential of the ground manifesting in a dualistic field or dualized field, reacting to provocations, creates many difficult situations. Everybody is looking for belonging. This is the basis of nationalism. These kinds of belonging based on identity, always operate on the cusp of inclusion, exclusion. Where do we belong? In many prisons, I have heard both in South Africa and in many South American countries, prisoners join gangs and then have tattoos on their hands and on their face, neck, and so on, that show their gang membership. This is like driving a car without a reverse gear. You can't go back. Your identity shows on your face. And so your friends will support you, but your enemies will attack you. By belonging to this gang, you place yourself in hostility towards the members of the other gangs. This is in the nature of relative belonging. This is the law of mutual exclusion. I am this because I am not that. Because I am this, I cannot be that. But the great mother, the great ground, the infinite openness welcomes all children. Your belonging to the ground is intrinsic in your own empty basis. The child is hidden from the mother by the development of its personality. In psychology, we look at the developmental stages of separation, of individuation, of becoming your own adult person. You have to leave home and find your own way in the world. But what this text is saying, before you leave home, what is home? Look, where do you come from? What is the mother? I was born out of a space in my mother's body. I came from her womb. In Sanskrit, they call it the bhaga. And the bhaga means space, like the Dharma Dhatu. If we see the empty ground and that we are the display or the emanation or the blossoming of the empty ground, then we are the empty flowers of emptiness. Now in England, it's coming into wintertime. The flowers in the garden start to wilt, to fall down, and then they go to sleep in the ground, in the bulb. And when springtime comes, again, the bulb puts forth some green shoot and starts to grow in interaction with the weather. And this is the same for us. Now I'm coming into my winter. My life energy is going down a little bit. Then I will die. Not oblivion, but also not the continuity of James from Glasgow. The energy goes back into its own ground, infinite emptiness. In the transitional phase of the Dharmata, all the constructions of this life dissolve in space. And then, due to causes and conditions, manifestation arises again. So when we die, we go from form and emptiness into just emptiness. And then from just emptiness, we go into form and emptiness. Okay, so that's the end on the text for today. And we'll have the break now and come back at 1:45, and then do the Refuge and Bodhisattva. Good. Okay. So we're just waiting. Oh, there you are. Hi, Robert. Is everybody here? Back? Yeah, I can't see. Good. So the reason for doing this Refuge and Bodhisattva is, firstly, it's a good thing to do, and secondly, because of the initiation. So some people say, oh, can you do the initiation just as a blessing? No, the function of the initiation is to introduce you to Padmasambhava. So in the initiation, I take you to the Lotus restaurant. I introduce you to Padmasambhava, the chef. He will cook. He'll cook whatever dish will make you big and strong. So, but what he also says is, come regularly. If you can, come every day. I give you good food. Not many people will say this to you in your life. But when you think, oh, I just want a blessing, that's like going to the restaurant and saying, no, I don't want to eat anything, but can I have the menu? You can do that if you want. I'm not in charge of your mind. You are in charge of your mind. But I think the food is good. Also, we put up on the website chapters 1 to 4 of Simply Being. I think we have that in our 4 languages: German, Polish, Spanish, Portuguese, and English, of course. These are very important for preparing for the initiation, to give you a proper Dharma orientation. And especially the chapter by Pato Rinpoche on the Refuge and Bodhisattva. His short chapter is a commentary on the first verse we will be looking at when we do the Refuge and Bodhisattva just now. And it's, I think, very helpful. So we need refuge because we are lost. If we say simply hold on to or open yourself to the empty ground of your own mind, this is a bit difficult. This is what we aim to become able to do, but at first we take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. We're saying, I want to hold on to you, please hold on to me. Don't let me get lost. Samsara is like a great forest full of pathways, and we're not quite sure where to go. So when we open ourselves to the Dharma and the Buddha and the Sangha, the group of people who are practicing with us, then gradually we start to see the path becoming clear in front of us. So some of the sections in this short text we'll recite together. You can recite it in, I think you have it now in different languages. You can recite it in that language. But when we do that, we put our hands together in front of our heart. The reason we do this is it brings together the polarities. Liking myself, hating myself. Form and emptiness. High and low, good and bad. All the different binaries, all the different oppositions we bring together in non-duality. And then we begin by reciting, I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and assembly of the excellent ones until enlightenment is gained. So you have to say this in whatever language, you have to recite that with me. Through the virtue of practicing generosity and the other perfections, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. And then we recite it again. I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and assembly of the excellent ones until enlightenment is gained. Through the virtue of practicing generosity and the other perfections, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. And then a third time we recite it. I go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and assembly of the excellent ones until enlightenment is gained. Through the virtue of practicing generosity and the other perfections, may I attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all beings. We recite this 3 times because this is the very ancient Buddhist tradition right back to the time of the Buddha. Then we accumulate some merit, and we do this by visualizing a wonderful situation, which we then offer to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Just as if you were going to visit someone, you might take them some flowers or chocolates, especially if you wanted something from them. So when we go to the Buddhas and so on, we offer them something. They love us, they care for us, they want the best for us. But we don't really know this. So although the bridge is coming from their side to us and is already here, a rainbow bridge from their hearts, from our side, we need to create our bridge going to them. So we recite I will read out these lines, and as I'm reading them, you try to imagine this. These are very famous lines. They come from Shantideva, from the entering the path of the Bodhisattva. So we say, in order to grasp this precious mind, to the Tathagatas and to the sacred Dharma, that stainless jewel, and to the offspring of the Buddhas, those oceans of good qualities, I sweetly offer. And we offer as many flowers and fruits as there are, and all kinds of medicines that there are, and whatever jewels that there are in the world, and whatever pure and pleasing water there is. And we offer jeweled mountains, and similarly forest groves, quiet and joyous, and creepers bedecked with adorning flowers, and trees whose branches bow down with good fruit. And we offer fragrances of the celestial and other realms, and incense, wish-fulfilling trees, and trees of jewels, harvests appearing without cultivation, and everything else worthy of offering as ornaments. And we offer the wonderfully pleasing cry of wild geese, and all such gifts which belong to no one, reaching to the very limit of the infinitely vast realm of the sky. So we do this to make our connection. And then we say the next part. Imagining all this, I offer them to the Buddhas, the most excellent of beings, together with their offspring, the Bodhisattvas. May these compassionate ones, the excellent sight of good qualities, think kindly of me and accept my offerings. This is an essential part of our practice. We give and they receive. They give and we receive. Just as we breathe in and breathe out, just as the heart is expanding and contracting, all of our life is pulsation. We With our devotion, we pulse towards the Buddhas. With their love and kindness, they pulse towards us. And we find ourselves freed from the isolated existence of individual identity into belonging in the mandala of connectivity. So then we say, I am without merit and quite destitute and have no other wealth to offer. Therefore, benefactors, you who think of the welfare of others, please accept these offerings for my sake. We are saying, I'm tired of being an orphan. I'm tired of wandering alone. I'm tired of being lost. Take me in, accept me, make me part of your family. Then we offer ourselves to the victors and their offspring. I offer all my bodies, meaning in all my future lives, completely and forever. Most excellent heroic beings, please accept me fully. I shall be your devoted servant. When we say, I will be your devoted servant, means I want to live in your great palace. I want to always be close to you. So then, through being completely under your care, I become freed from fear of phenomenal existence and can act for the benefit of beings. I turn away completely from my former unwholesome behavior. Moreover, in future, I will not do anything unwholesome. So what is important here is that we formulate this intention. We turn away from the negative and harmful, and we turn towards the positive and beneficial. And if we make this as a firm intention, even if later we get lost and confused, we can still come back to our original vow, to our basic intention. Then we recite these following lines 3 times. And you should have the text, so you say it in your own language. Indestructible enlightenment. From this time on and in all our future lives until enlightenment is attained, I and all beings, as many as would equal the extent of the sky, all of whom have been my own mother in my countless past lives, go for refuge to our most reverent root guru and to the glorious holy gurus of the lineage. We go for refuge to the hosts of path deities in the mandalas. We go for refuge to the most perfect Buddha. We go for refuge to the most excellent Dharma. We go for refuge to the pure Sangha. Then we say it again, indestructible enlightenment. From this time on and in all our future lives until enlightenment is attained, I and all beings, as many as would equal the extent of the sky, all of whom have been my own mother in my countless past lives, go for refuge to our reverent root guru and to the glorious holy gurus of the lineage. We go for refuge to the hosts of path deities in the mandalas. We go for refuge to the most perfect Buddha. We go for refuge to the most excellent Dharma. We go for refuge to the pure Sangha. Then the 3rd time, indestructible enlightenment. From this time on, and in all my future lives until enlightenment is attained, I and all beings, as many as would equal the extent of the sky, all of whom have been my own mother in my countless past lives, go for refuge to our reverent root guru and to the glorious holy gurus of the lineage. We go for refuge to the hosts of path deities in the mandalas. We go for refuge to the most perfect Buddha. We go for refuge to the most excellent Dharma. We go for refuge to the pure Sangha. And then this next part we say just once, I read it through, and you keep the meaning of it close in your heart. To the Buddha, Dharma, and the best assembly, I go for refuge until enlightenment. By the merit arising from generosity and the other transcendent qualities, I will gain Buddhahood in order to benefit all those wandering in samsara. With the desire and intention to take all beings out of samsara, until full enlightenment is gained, I ceaselessly go to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha for refuge. Working for the sake of beings, with discerning wisdom and kindness imbuing my diligence, I will stay close to countless Buddhas and develop completely enlightened mind. May all sentient beings have happiness and the cause of happiness. May all sentient beings be freed from suffering and the cause of suffering. May all sentient beings never be separated from the happiness that is free of suffering. May all sentient beings abide in equanimity, free from cherishing friends and relatives and being dismissive of strangers and enemies. The vast foundation is completely free of small stones and such irritants. Made of Beduria, it is smooth and flat like the palm of the hand and is a truly pleasant environment. Most perfect Buddha, you are the benefactor of all beings without exception, the God who defeats the very dangerous hosts of demons. You know all things without exception, just as they are. Please come here with your entourage. Most perfect Buddha, for innumerable aeons you purified your character in order to care for wandering beings, and you completed the intention of your vast aspiration. Now, as you wish to benefit beings, please effortlessly arise from the palace of all-encompassing space, and displaying the blessing of diverse miracles, please come here with your entire retinue in order to take limitless beings out of samsara. And then with our palms together, we recite 3 times the following refuge vow. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please listen to me. Teacher, please listen to me. From this time on, in all my future lives, in as many as it takes to reach full enlightenment, I, and then you say your own name, James, go for refuge to the Buddha, supreme among beings, among humans. Go for refuge to the Dharma, free from desire, the best of all paths. Go for refuge to the Sangha, the best of assemblies. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, gurus, path deities, and dakinis, please hear me. From today, in all my lives, for as long as enlightenment is not gained, to Bhagavan Buddha, the chief of all humans, to the holy Dharma of relative and absolute truth, peaceful and free of desire, to all the Sangha of great Bodhisattvas, the best assembly, I go for refuge with genuine devotion. Then as we say it a second time, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please listen to me. Teacher, please listen to me. From this time on, in all my future lives, in as many as it takes to reach full enlightenment, I, James, go for refuge to the Buddha, supreme among humans, go for refuge to the Dharma, free from desire, the best of all paths, go for refuge to the Sangha, the best of assemblies. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, gurus, path deities, and dakinis, please hear me. From today, in all my lives, for as long as enlightenment is not gained, to Bhagavan Buddha, the chief of all humans, to the holy Dharma of relative and absolute truth, peaceful and free of desire, to all the Sangha of great Bodhisattvas, the best assembly, I go for refuge with genuine devotion. And then the third time, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, please listen to me. Teacher, please listen to me. From this time on, in all my future lives, in as many as it takes to reach full enlightenment, I, James, go for refuge to the Buddha, supreme among humans, go for refuge to the Dharma, free from desire, the best of all paths, go for refuge to the Sangha, the best of assemblies. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, gurus, path deities, and dakinis, please hear me. From today, in all my lives, for as long as enlightenment is not gained, to Bhagavan Buddha, the chief of all humans, to the holy Dharma of relative and absolute truth, peaceful and free of desire, to all the Sangha of great Bodhisattvas, the best assembly, I go for refuge with genuine devotion. So now we've taken our refuge vow, we commit ourselves to relying on the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and deities, the Dharma and the Sangha in the face of all difficulties. And we use this as a basis for changing our behavior. So we should all recite the following just one time. I pray that my unfailing refuge, the three jewels, will be attentive to me here and now. Before the noble three jewels, with sincere faith and my body, speech, and mind, I abandon harming others and will now practice only virtue. Killing, taking what is not given, and immoderate sexual activity, these three sins of the body I completely give up and firmly decide and promise to practice the three virtuous activities of the body. Lying, calumny, rough speech, and worthless idle talk, these four sins of speech I completely renounce and firmly decide and promise to practice the four virtuous activities of speech. Covetousness, malice, and wrong views, these three sins of the mind I completely renounce and firmly decide and promise to practice the three virtuous activities of mind. In the text that you have from chapter 1 of Simply Being, it gives more details about these behaviors of body, voice, and mind. So now we come to the Bodhisattva vows. There are many ways of doing this very extensively, but the central practices are contained here. So you should all recite this. Most of this we recite only one time, but it's important to say it out loud. So if you're following the English, you can say it along with me, or you're following the German, you say it along with Robert or the different language translators. So we say, teacher, please hear me. Just as in previous times, the Tathagatas, Arhats, supreme and complete Bhagavan Buddhas, and the Bodhisattvas, firmly staying on the great stages, when they first began their careers, gave rise to the altruistic intention to gain the unexcelled, supreme and complete great enlightenment. Now, in the same way, I, James, also request from the teacher the raising of the altruistic intention to gain the unsurpassed, supreme and complete great enlightenment. when merely the thought of helping others is more excellent than the worship of the Buddhas, it is unnecessary even to mention the greatness of striving for the happiness and welfare of all beings without exception. And now we develop the bodhicitta of aspiration, which is compared to preparing to go on a journey. Unfailing three jewels, please pay heed to me. From now on, in all my lives until enlightenment is gained, I, James, will fully develop the attitude of a mother to her children towards the beings who move in samsara, all of whom have been my own mother in my countless past lives. Then I will bring out all those beings who have not yet come out of samsara, and I will liberate all those who are not free. And I will inspire and help all those who are without hope and confidence. In order to do this, I give rise to the altruistic aspiration towards the most excellent enlightenment. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas staying in the 10 directions, please pay heed to me. Teacher, please pay heed to me. In all my previous lives, I, James, by generosity, by morality, and by meditation, have generated merit, and also by encouraging others to practice virtue, and by rejoicing in the virtue done by others. I will now make use of all this merit. Just as the earlier thus gone, the victors, supreme, complete, the most perfect Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas and Mahasattvas staying on the great stages did, at the beginning of the spiritual careers, raise the altruistic intention to gain the unsurpassed, supreme, and complete great enlightenment. So, in the same way, from this time on, in all my lives, until enlightenment is gained by all beings, I, James, also will bring out all those beings who have not yet come out of samsara, and I will free all those who are not yet freed. And I will give hope and confidence to those in whom inspiration is lacking, and I will cause to pass from suffering all those who have not completely gone from suffering. In order to do this, I raise the altruistic intention to gain the supreme and complete great enlightenment. And now we have the second aspect, the actual practice, which is to fully adopt the bodhisattva attitude in the manner of someone who is actually going on a journey. With this, we commit ourselves to making every aspect of our life a virtuous practice so that we can dedicate the merit for the benefit of beings. Before we do our practice, we recite the Bodhisattva vow. While we are doing our practice, we imagine that all sentient beings are surrounding us, so that all beings can bathe in the blessings of the Buddha as they come through the practice. And then at the end of our practice, we dedicate all merit for the benefit of others. So then we say, if you wish to take this commitment, then you say as follows. Well, actually, I read this out to you, and when I say you have to say your name. So you just listen to this, but say your name at the right moment. Good person called. Do you wish to receive from this bodhisattva called James the vows of the training of all the bodhisattvas of the past and all their moral disciplines, and the vows of the training of all the bodhisattvas of the future and all their moral disciplines, and the vows of the training of all the bodhisattvas who are currently reside in all the realms in the 10 directions of the world and all their moral disciplines, all that was trained in by all the previous bodhisattvas, and all that will be trained in by all the future bodhisattvas, and all that are being trained in by all the bodhisattvas currently residing in the realms of the 10 directions of the world, all the moral practices of the bodhisattvas, all the moral practices of vows, their moral practices of accumulating virtuous dharmas, and their moral practices of benefiting beings. So then I ask you the question 3 times. Do you wish to receive this? Do you wish to receive this? Do you wish to receive this? And if you wish to receive it, then you say, yes, I do, 3 times. Then you recite the following with me. Unfailing 3 jewels, please pay heed to me. Just as all the perfect Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and previously passed beyond victors stay firmly in their vows, in the same way I, James, from today on in all my lives, for as long as samsara is not emptied, for the sake of benefiting all beings by liberating them, I will raise the unsurpassed bodhicitta of engagement and will train in the practice of the 6 transcendent qualities of generosity, ethical discipline, patience, diligence, concentration, and wisdom. Developing diligence in order to liberate all beings without exception, I will maintain the 3 kinds of morality, of vows, of virtue, of benefiting others. In myself, I raise the altruistic intention to gain the most excellent enlightenment. Then all beings without exception who have not yet come out of the 3 worlds of samsara, I will take out, and who have not yet been freed, I will free. Those who are without hope and confidence, I will help and encourage, and I will establish all beings on the stage of unsurpassed nirvana. So, in this way, we commit ourselves to practicing virtue in every situation, doing our best to help all sentient beings in all the 6 realms. And then we have developing absolute bodhicitta, or bodhicitta according to absolute truth. So we say this together. Unfailing 3 jewels, please pay heed to me. I and all limitless sentient beings filling the sky are, from the very beginning, essentially Buddha. The full presence of knowing that this is how we are reveals the mind as limitless perfect awakening. So this is an encouragement not to enter into judgment about people on the basis of their appearance or their behavior. The essential truth, the basis of all sentient beings, is intrinsic Buddhahood. The more we open to this, the more we see people as they are, as these radiant apparitional forms, then we ourselves recognize our own mind as in limitless perfect awakening. So these 3 aspects of the Bodhisattva vow you can recite again and again until you are very clear about them. If there's anything which is not clear, you can send them in as questions for the question and answer. And then finally, we recite these verses, which are an expression of our pure intention to be available for the benefit of others. So we say, just as the earlier Buddhas developed in their hearts the intention to gain enlightenment for the sake of others and pursued the training of the Bodhisattvas, progressing through the stages of the path. I also, in order to bring benefit to beings, raise and develop the altruistic intention towards enlightenment, and like the Buddhas, will follow this training, practicing each of its stages. Now, at this time, my life is fruitful. I have truly attained human existence. Today, I am born in the Buddha's family. I have become a Bodhisattva, a child of the Buddhas. From now on, I must only practice activity which is in harmony with my new family, so that this faultless, reverent family does not become spoiled by my actions. Today, before all the Buddhas, I invite all beings to be my guests until they reach Buddhahood. Therefore, may the gods, asuras, and all beings be happy. This precious, excellent, altruistic intention towards enlightenment, may it arise in those in whom it has not yet arisen. May it not deteriorate in those in whom it has arisen. May it increase evermore, never being separated from the altruistic intention towards enlightenment, and staying true to the conduct of a bodhisattva, may I be completely held by all the Buddhas. May I abandon all karmic activities arising due to the obstructing demons. Whenever I am glad, I will dedicate that joy to the happiness of all beings. May their happiness fill the sky. Whenever I get trouble, I will take the suffering of all beings as my own burden. May the oceans of suffering become dry. May all my virtuous actions quickly bring all beings in the world to enlightenment. In order to benefit beings, I will teach the Dharma and thus free all beings from the many sorrows that oppress them. So in this way, we take up the Bodhisattva vow and commit ourselves to practice not just in this life, but in all our future lives until enlightenment is gained. This series of short texts was put together by Sia Lama. The longer form of it is available in the book we published last year, Longing for Limitless Light. And it contains many beautiful prayers. Prayer and aspiration is very important. This creates the sense of belonging and inclusion and motivation for the practice. Nowadays, some people just want to meditate and don't want to be involved in any beliefs, but just to get enlightened. From the traditional Buddhist point of view, this is not advisable. We should never doubt the power of our own egotism. Through devotion, we develop humility. Through humility, we develop receptivity. Through receptivity, we find ourselves in a state of evenness with regard to all sentient beings. This is the profound preparation for the practices of Mahamudra and Dzogchen. When we take refuge, traditionally we get a new name. Some of you have already done these practices in the past in a formal way as we're doing it today, in which case you don't need a new name. I originally took the refuge and the Bodhisattva vow with Kalu Rinpoche. And so they give you these names from his lineage. If you're male, your name becomes Monlam Tarchin. which means the fulfillment of aspirations. And if you're female, your name becomes Slamochetso, which means goddess, ocean of Dharma. We get a new name to mark a new step in our life. A new beginning is always possible for us. When we make these aspirations, we promise never to abandon sentient beings. You also are a sentient being. So your aspiration is not to abandon yourself. Sometimes in life we get lost. Events happen externally or internally, and we go into a spiral of confusion and maybe self-destruction. However dark and cut off your world seems to become, you cannot now be separated from the heart of all the Buddhas. The warmth and the power of the Buddha's vow to help all beings is very strong. And if we hold to it, we will never get lost. So as the text says, now our lives become meaningful. Whatever we're doing, our life has a purpose. Whether you're walking or talking, whether you live alone or with others, whether you're shopping or cooking, every activity can be integrated with the Bodhisattva orientation. When you walk down the street and you see strangers, you can wish them well from your heart, you can send them rays of light. As the text says, all sentient beings have already been our mother in a previous life. We are always already connected with all sentient beings. From the tantric point of view, we are all within the great mandala. From the view of Mahamudra in Dzogchen, we are all within the Dharma Dhatu. Open, bright clarity, and ceaseless movement. By maintaining the integrity of these three aspects, we will not get lost in samsara, and we will be able to free other beings. So that brings our study and practice to an end for today. And we meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock London time. So I wish you all very well. And I wish you good fortune with your practice. This is a big world that we wander in. So we can support each other in the Sangha. There are many possibilities of communication. So, see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we just need the language. Oh, here it is. Very good. La 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 la. Okay, maybe we can begin. It's very nice to be able to meet together with people in so many different places, with different backgrounds and interests. People in America, South America, India, many European countries. The work in Dharma should always be inclusive. The entry ticket is genuine interest. Dharma, the truth of Dharma, the truth of ourselves is always freely available. So our task is to open to the already open. We do this by releasing our preoccupations. And now Rangchung Dorje, the third Karmapa, is going to show us some of the underlying structures that keep us bound with our preoccupations and tendencies. And he's going to point out the illusory nature of these structures. So we're on page 92 of the English edition. And he says, the mind's intrinsic appearance or self-appearance has never existed, yet it is erroneously taken to be an object. So this is a very central understanding in Tantra, Mahamudra, and Dzogchen. The mind is the source of all our experience. The experience is, if you like, the self-showing, the self-arising of the potential of the open, empty ground. Now, when we see that the experience is inseparable from its ground, then we awaken to the Dharma Dhatu. The Dharma Dhatu means the sight or the situation of all dharmas, all phenomena, all experiences. Now, if we don't see this, then these appearances are mistaken to be the appearance of something, and we imagine that they are supported by their own private or internal essence. We take things to exist in and of themselves. So, as with the example yesterday, we see a car. In fact, we imagine car because it's a composite. The car is the construct of the meeting together of its constitutive factors. There is no essence within it. It is simply a patterning of factors. And yet when we see the car, we don't experience that. We are confident that there is something out there and it's absolutely valid and normal and proper to call it a car. So this experience, which seems clear for the ego self, is what is referred to as obscuration or mental dullness, the first of the 5 poisons. So in the practice of Tantra, we transform this mental dullness into the wisdom of the Dharma Dhatu. In Mahamudra, the focus is more direct. By seeing, by opening ourselves into our non-duality with the ground itself, we see there is no other source. Whatever arises remains inseparable from its ground source. It is an appearance unsupported by an inherent existence or an essence or any factors that will separate it from its own source. This is why it is so important when we do our practice to bring our attention towards our own mind itself. What is this awareness? How is it? Don't sit in your assumptions. Although everyone who lives in your street would probably agree with your assumptions, many of them will not be true. This is the problem in samsara, that we find ourselves having this quality of existence because of the beliefs we rely on. Our own mental activity is thickening the illusion, which is appearance and emptiness, into the delusion of self-existing entities. So this is what he's saying. none of the factors that we experience inside ourselves, outside ourselves, before, in the future, at any time and any place, none of these factors has ever really existed, yet we believe them to manifest separate objects. So then he says, due to the power of unawareness, reflexive awareness is mistaken for oneself. So, unawareness is simply not attending to when the mind doesn't attend to its own ground source. Then the creative power or the imaginative power of awareness, which is aware of its own activity, it's a reflexive awareness, then this is mistaken for oneself. So, for example, if you are swimming, your body is moving in particular patterns with the water. If you're even if you're swimming in a very easy way and it's very enjoyable, there is a self-identification, I am swimming. So if we relate this to the first line, what is the reference point of I am swimming? I sounds like the subject. I am the one doing the swimming. But when we formulate this statement, it's also manifests as a comment on myself as an object. I know that I am swimming. I know something about me. So I am talking about myself. I am referring to this essential meanness, my existence as this person. So this again is like a dimmer switch. If you turn it so that it's very subtle, there is simply the self-revelation of here I am swimming. It's a subtle illumination of the presence of the unfolding of this experience. But if I layer it with a self-referential attitude, the concepts are given a density in which I am the doer of the deed. So, I am the doer of the deed. Who am I? We look for the mind. Does it have a color, a shape, a size? Does it come from somewhere? Does it stay somewhere? Does it go anywhere? It's not existing. It's not existing as an entity. I am not a thing. So if you have that clarity, I am the doer of the deed is I, unborn awareness, manifest. This is my joy or my energy or my radiance, which is the unfolding of this moment. This is beyond language. So I could say, no one is doing it. Because when you look for this true, essential I, me, myself, we don't find anything. It's just a pattern of concepts and identifications arising and passing. And yet there is a clarity of presence. This is the meaning of this Tibetan term, rangrik. It is the luminosity or the self-illumination of the movement of swimming or running or eating. This is the lived direct experience of appearance emerging from emptiness. And the key point is that when appearance emerges from emptiness, it's not like a fish jumping out of the water. The appearance doesn't come out of emptiness. It shows within emptiness in the way that a reflection shows within the mirror. So here he's giving us some instruction or encouragement for our meditation practice. Sometimes when we're sitting, our mind is very dull and we just seem to be caught up in endless narratives. This occurs because we have tethered the movement of the energy of the mind to the peg of I, me, myself. Just as in some countries they tie the cow to a peg in the field or the goat to a peg so it won't eat too much of the grass. So when the potential of your mind is tethered to this spike of I exist, this is me, I'm doing this, then everything which occurs can be related back to I, me, myself. In particular, it arises in terms of I like and I don't like. If I like, there is desire for more. If I don't like, there is aversion, a desire to get rid of this object. This is what occurs with consolidation. There is a solidification in which there is subject and object. Our mind arises as both subject and object. We can think about ourselves. I am the one who thinks about myself. So what I call myself is both the subject doing the thinking and the object that is thought about. Both of these positions are actually obscuring conceptual interpretations. And so the brightness of the mind is mistaken for oneself. And then the third line follows on from this. Due to the power of dualistic clinging, we wander in the vastness of creation. Creation means becoming, the fact that we encounter one thing after another, one situation after another, one person after another. There is always something happening. There is no end to the possibility of encountering events and contexts and situations which seem both separate from ourselves and truly existing. So what he's pointing out, that all these many, many kinds of experience, all the experience of the six realms arise due to the power of dualistic clinging. The mind clings to or grasps at objects which appear to be apprehendable. This is like a trope, a kind of literary style. So we have romantic fiction, we have horror fiction, we have war fiction, historical fiction, and so on. Each of these genres or tropes are full of particular stylistic patterns which give us a sense that we know what this particular construct is all about. A detective novel needs to have a crime in it somewhere. So these kind of structures of seeing how the story unfolds out of the basic axioms or assumptions or presuppositions allows us to feel that something rings true. So if there is no crime, it's going to be a very thin detective story. If there is no self, it's going to be a very thin samsara story. I, me, myself. my separate existence, the fact that I am not you and you are not me, this is the basis for the unfolding of all these experiences in the realms of becoming. Oh. The story begins on the basis of a belief in the truth of the dualistic structure. All the different stories have this basis. But behind this is the deeper belief, which is, I exist and you exist. These are all variations on the theme. Sometimes the story is, I am good, you are bad. Sometimes, I am bad and you are good. It just flips from one polarity to the other. Wandering in samsara, what we don't see is that both polarities, subject and object, self and other, are illusions inseparable from the open, empty ground. We don't recognize it. This is unawareness. From the unawareness that both subject and object are illusory formations inseparable from the ground, that they are fundamentally unborn or unseparated or unarisen. The non-recognition of this gives rise to all the troubles which human beings experience. Not seeing the true ground, we conceptualize the false ground. If you had a map of Europe that was looking only at the contouring of hills and valleys and the flow of rivers, and that had no names on it at all, it would be very difficult to determine what is Russia and what is Ukraine. The terms Russia and Ukraine are not written into the stone and the earth and the pattern of the water. They are non-intrinsic. They are conventional. And we know that historically the borders of these countries shift. It is because they are conventional that people fight about whether the border is true or not. Because the maps can be redrawn again and again. This is the same with ourselves. Sometimes we're happy, sometimes we're sad. As the days and years go by, we like some objects a great deal, and then we start to like them less. The feeling that seems so true is simply a transient patterning of my relational energy. Due to forgetfulness of my own actual ground, the delusion of duality arises, and from that, all these micro-identifications of seemingly truly existent entities arises. So then he says, may we fully cut off unawareness, the source of delusion. Unawareness has no ground of its own. Its ground is actually the basic ground source of awareness. Unawareness is a state of amnesia. When when somebody has a bad accident and they can forget who they are, then they can invent a new identity. When people like that are in the hospital has to contact the police, and they try to find out the true identity of the person. And then gradually the doctors and nurses have to reintroduce the person to themselves. And this is our state in samsara. we are not different from the Buddhas. The Buddhas, according to the Nyingmapa tradition, Samantabhadra is the only Buddha who never suffered from amnesia. All the other Buddhas have made the same journey that we are trying to make to return to who we are. So let's say the person in the hospital with amnesia is called George. So maybe the staff decide, oh, we'll call him John. We have to talk to him, so let's call him John. But the true identity of John is George. George is being covered by the repeated use of John. This is why when we take refuge, we get a refuge name. And in the tradition, when you take an empowerment or initiation, you also get a new name. That's because names are conventional. And if you see that you can have multiple names because they are indeed just names, who is the one who is named by the name? This is unborn awareness, which has no qualities, no color, no shape, no size. That's the non-dual truth. On a relative level, it helps if the police can identify the family and they come and say, hey, why are you calling George John? This is George. So if you do a lot of tantric practice, you will be Tara, you will be Padmasambhava, you'll be Dorji Pamo, you'll have endless identities. The function of this is that through belief and devotion, and you sense that you are truly Tara, and Tara is the inseparability of sound and emptiness, appearance and emptiness, awareness and emptiness, then we start to have the confidence to live in the truth. I am an illusion. I'm not nothing at all. On the other hand, I'm not strongly real. I am appearance and emptiness. And this appearance transforms according to situations. This is not the richness and variety of my ego self. Ego self is just the thickening of illusion into delusion. I am the manifestation of the ground. So when we relax into this in the practice, then we cut or unplant unawareness, and the fruits of delusion all collapse. Existence is a mistaken interpretation. Because it's a false belief, there's nothing actually to be removed. So when we awaken to the intrinsic, all the relative identifications which have been generated by dualistic conceptualization, they just vanish like mist in the morning sun. So in the next verse, he says, the mind is not existent, for even the Buddhas cannot see it. Then the second line, it is not non-existent, for it is the basis of all samsara and nirvana. It is very important to keep reading these lines and looking at your own experience until it becomes clear that this is true. So again, we can make use of the traditional example of the mirror. If you look into a mirror, you can't find the mirror itself. There's not something behind the glass which is the true mirror, the mirror is empty of itself. Even the Buddhas cannot see it, even the optician cannot see it, even the ophthalmic surgeon cannot see it. The mirror is empty of itself. It doesn't exist in the way what we would normally consider something which exists. But we can't say that the mirror is non-existent because we see a stream of reflections arising in it. So the mind is like this. That's why we sit with our mind, observing the flow of experience, arising and passing, arising and passing. Each thought, sensation, memory, plan is arising out of the empty mind. Our mind is always empty of self and always full of display. It is because it is empty of self, of some internal precise definition, that it can manifest so many different forms. So then in the third line, he says, this is not a paradox. It is beyond conflict, because it is the non-dual union, the middle way. All polarities, such as high, low, self, other, hot, cold, are born together. That is because their meaning is generated in relation to the opposite polarity, which they seem to be distancing themselves from. So, and by now, my tea is cold. It's not hot. If we only had the word cold, it wouldn't have much meaning. Cold takes on its meaning through its inseparability with hot. I am not you. If I didn't have a you to reject, how would I have the sense of I? And yet, love or attraction and aversion are both glues. I'm not you. I reject you. I don't want to be you. That's empowering my felt sense of you as not me. All polarities arise as modes of emptiness. It's like in the theater, you have the empty stage, and now you have two dancers, usually a male and a female, and they dance together, a pas de deux. Because the shape and strength of the bodies are different, usually the male dancer is lifting the female and not vice versa. They are different. They are not the same. Yet it is their very difference which allows the complementarity which generates the dance. So this is an example of how the polarities, the binary opposites, are united through their very opposition or mutual rejection. So within duality, this sense of mutual exclusion between entities is how we gain our relative truth clarity. This is not that, that is not this. But when we see that the ground of all of these experiences, because all categories are experiences, they are not facts. All of these are the play of emptiness. All identifications are equal in being expressions of emptiness. not one atom of true independent existence has ever come into being. And so this is the non-dual union, which is not homogenization. All phenomena are infinitely diverse. When we look around, we see so many different shapes, even in just one room or out of the window. So much diversity. And this is the diversity of emptiness. The equalness in emptiness and the diversity of appearance are a non-dual union. So this is very, very important, because how else could the Buddhas function in the world? Everything is equal and yet different. Because things are different, they're not the same. Because everything is empty, they're all the same. Phenomena are simultaneously same and not same. This paradox is the non-dual union. It's not something you can solve by logic. Because logic starts with the true validity of the categories of interpretation. So this allows us to function in the world. Whatever work you have to do, whatever domestic responsibilities you have, each specific moment of your day is the patterning of emptiness. It's not that offering some butter lamps and saying prayers is better than cleaning the bath. Both are patterns of interaction. Your body cleans the butter lamp, adds the wick, the oil, lights it. You bend over and clean the bath using some cleaning fluid and so on. So the evenness, the equalness in emptiness creates the horizontal plane of the world. This frees us from the delusion of the vertical axis of hierarchy. There are no people who are better than other people. There are varieties of qualities. How the qualities are interpreted will depend on your interpretive schema. These are conventional, cultural. They are not intrinsic. Intrinsically, everything is equal in emptiness. So this gives you your freedom to be completely at home in your life as it is. So if we really see this, nothing is better than this. There are many different possibilities, but each will be just this. It will be an experience inseparable from emptiness. So this allows us to have a profound resting in non-reactivity. So then he says, may we awaken to the actuality of mind free of extremes. The truth of how our mind is, that it is awareness inseparable from emptiness, is forever intrinsically free of any kind of extreme. All the extremes are merely ideas whose power arises from unawareness of the ground. Now, this text is quite dense, but it's important not to see it as philosophy. What he's offering us is a way of not being trapped by our own deluding assumptions. So we should study this text and apply it to try to understand daily life in terms of it, and then bring it into our meditation practice. So, for example, if you begin with Guru Yoga, making the sound of ah 3 times and then relaxing and releasing into openness or emptiness, experience continues. If you really release in with the sound of ah, there is space and experience arises in the space. Experience arises, and then a thought arises. Oh, yeah, this is my thought. This is me. I'm like this. Now you're at the crossroads. This interpretive thought, the conceptual thought, is mapping out a kind of existent territory. It seems to be clarifying what's happening. Oh, this is a familiar thought. I'm sitting here doing my practice. So this seems to be a thought that's come from the past, that's here now, and will probably be true next time I sit and do my practice. So if you grasp at the thought, or rest on the thought, or believe in the thought, it seems to be a guarantor of the continuity of your existence as an ego self, I, me, myself. This is the activity of unawareness. So when experiences arise, relax, don't block the thought, don't merge with the thought, simply see that it is moving in space as a display of space, and then it vanishes into space. Then the thought vanishes. And if it vanishes cleanly, there is no trace, there is no accumulation, and the basic compositional work of samsara starts to thin and move towards an end. Unfortunately, no one can do this for us. Each of us has to stand at the crossroads and see these two roads, immersion, confluence, or spacious openness. Unawareness, as the field of duality, seems more exciting, more doable, because it confirms our the individual agency of our ego self. But if we simply relax in the out breath and resist the urge to be involved, we see the thought vanishes. It never had any substance. It was a mirage. It appeared, but it had no essence or existence to it. Seeing the illusory nature of all phenomena is the self-freeing clarity of the mind. So in the next verse, he says, nothing is indicated by saying it is this. So I have a cup in my hand. Say, it is this, it is a cup. What is indicated? What does this statement, it is this, point to? So I want to say, hey, pay attention, I'm talking about the cup. But is this true? I'm talking about my mind. The mind says, this, it is this. The mind says, it is a cup. This cup doesn't speak. Amazing. This cup has no existence of its own. The cup is always someplace. I say it is dirty, so then I clean it. I say I am thirsty, so I put tea in it. It is this. carries it, this entity. It is there before I talk about it. Come on, it just is. But it isn't. Because the it is my mind. The mind reifies, the mind solidifies, the mind attributes identity. Again, to consider war is useful because it is an extreme situation. This is my mother. This is the enemy. How is it possible that one woman can be my beloved mother and also be identified as the enemy? Both statements are attributions. The presence of what we take to be this person is a potential which is open to multiple interpretations. So some people will think, oh, this is an old woman. These kind of people cost the taxpayer too much money with healthcare and so on. They should die, but everyone should die at the age of 70. All kinds of thoughts arise in relation to it. The it is put into the object, or rather, the object is created by the insertion of it within it. So that's what he's saying. When we say it is this, in our ordinary relative dualistic way of communicating, we appear to be saying something quite valid. And yet, there is nothing inherently existing which is being referred to. He's saying that this is merely an identification. And when you believe in the identification, this gives birth to the entity. Now, this is very important for us, because usually we think the it, the thing, is there, but you're entitled to have your opinion about it. Your opinion doesn't dissolve the existence of it, because there is something there. So what he's saying is, that is a delusion. There are no existence. The presence of nouns in our linguistic construction is part of the energy of delusion. My cup. So cup is something which exists, and I add onto it this possessive pronoun which indicates my ownership of the cup. So although looking at the cup, we can see it was made in a pottery, in a factory. For my purposes, the cup is taken to be self-existing. The cup is a cup, is a cup. And moreover, it's my cup. But what is being indicated? The mind, my mind, is projecting cupness onto this shape. If a fire started in this house and I had to break the window to climb out, then this is very useful for smashing the window. It is a hand protective window smasher. That is to say, its function would redefine it as a cup. So this is why it's very important in the practice not to control the mind, to allow the free association and the weird patterning which arises when you sit in the practice. Because then you start to see there is a plasticity, a malleability to all formations in the world. They have no fixed essence, and so they become according to my participation with them. Situational definition is not intrinsic definition. To say it is this is a movement of the mind establishing patterns of identification floating in space. Okay, let's take a break there, and you can get out, maybe make some tea or whatever. Keep looking at everything you perceive and try to identify, is it self-existing or is it emerging according to my desire, my function? Okay, so let's come back at 10:02. Okay, see you then. Okay, so we continue with this text. The next line is a little bit difficult. It says the referent, that is to say what is referred to of the statement, it is not this, offers nothing to refute. So if I hold up the cup and I say, this is not a banana, there is nothing really to refute in that statement, because what is being posited is not something which has an existent referent. So the first line that we looked at before the break is referring to existence. And the second line is referring to non-existence. So he's saying whether you express yourself in terms of something existing or not existing, there is nothing which is actually a truly present thing which can be referred to. Non-existence and existence arise together. The middle way is asserting neither existence nor non-existence, because what we might take to be the non-existent still has a presence as an idea. A rainbow doesn't exist in itself. It's ungraspable. It arises due to causes and circumstances. It doesn't exist as something, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist as an illusion. And illusions are the middle way between existence and non-existence. Now, why is this important? Well, generally speaking, in our material culture now, people think I'm alive and then I'll be dead. And when I'm dead, that's it, there's nothing more. I have existence and then there will be non-existence. But from the Dharma point of view, we are here now manifesting according to circumstances. I'm not manifesting out of myself as if there was some essential pot of James inside me and bits of James would come out according to circumstances. But rather, I come into manifestation according to the circumstance. So my manifestation is neither mine nor not mine. I don't exist as this particular form because it's not an enduring identity, and yet it is undeniable that at the moment, in this situation, this is how I manifest. So we have appearances which definitely appear, and yet they have no defining reality behind them. So, as we looked yesterday, that's the basis for purification. Everything which appears is pure appearance or simple appearance and is not embedded with essential definition. So, for example, if you say something to me, say you insult me and I feel very hurt, on the basis of my pain, my upset, I may say, I hate you. So it is as if my pain is making you real. You are a horrible person because you said that to me. Only a horrible person would say such a thing. The fact that you said it is the proof that you are horrible. I don't want to speak with you. So in that way, a subjective feeling becomes the basis of a definition of the other person as if their true existence, true identity, true value was definable. So clearly that's a great confusion. I feel hurt for a while. It wasn't there, now it's here, then it's going. How could this transient feeling be a reliable basis for deciding that you are always essentially a terrible person? Well, the attribution of true existence to transient forms arising due to complex causal factors is how we remain in a dull state of solidification. What is the case is the unfabricated actuality beyond the reach of intellect. The unborn is the middle way. That is to say, a mirage is unborn. It hasn't come into separate existence, and yet there is a presence. If we stay with the ungraspable, illusory nature of appearance, we neither overinvest it with meaning or refuse to allow it to have any meaning. So if you say something which upsets me, I will have feelings. That is to say, the words coming out of your mouth were vibrations set up in the air and which came into my ear, and there is a response of patterning. Your pattern evoked a pattern for me. This is just like the waves in the ocean interacting with each other, generating new patterns. The waves are patterns of water. Our experience is patterns of emptiness. He says, this is beyond the reach of intellect. You can't understand this with your intellect. But when your mind is calm and somebody says something which upsets you, and you feel the basis of an arising wave of aversion towards the person, if you remain calm, you see, oh, this is a wave, this is a patterning, and you can let it dissolve before it comes out of your mouth or through your body. Our body and our speech is activated by the movement of the mind. So if we see that you are arising independent origination due to factors, you have particular sensitivities and so on, and I do something that upsets you and you insult me, then our experience can rest in the unborn. we're not denying that something happened. We're not saying, oh, never mind, it's okay. But neither are we taking it as strongly real. It remains a moment in the interplay of illusion. And our response also is illusion. And if our response is inseparable from the clarity of illusion, it will have simply the energy of the situation and won't be invested with previous hurts and childhood traumas and all the excessive emotional baggage that the ego carries. So then he says, may we be certain in this unsurpassable final limit. It means, may we not enter into reifying propositions. The final limit is the unborn. Staying present in the openness of our own mind, we see that everything arises and passes in a manner of a dream. As with the example, everything which arises in the mirror is a reflection. The reflection is unborn, it has no self-substance. If we stay with the truth of that, we won't get into feeling happy or sad according to the reflection. It's just a reflection. So he's saying, may we have this definitive clarity of abiding in the unborn space of all experience. So then in the next verse, he says, being unaware of this, we circle in the ocean of samsara. That is to say, if we don't see the illusory nature of events, we have very strong reactions. If we think something is good, we want to support it. If we think something is bad, we want to stop it. Now, unfortunately, we don't have much power. Suffering, as the Buddha said, is the nature of samsara. There are so many charities now trying to take care of children in the Horn of Africa and in other places where there is on the edge of famine. But we have not yet been able to bring an end to these sufferings. From the point of view of Dharma, that's because they have complex causes. And these causes are fed by the belief in the real existence of good people and bad people. So then whatever we try to do to help the situation, we help one group, but that upsets the other group, and so it feeds into turmoil. So from the point of view of ethics, it's very important to see this clearly. We're not saying, oh, it's just an illusion. These things happen, never mind. But because it is an illusion, because it is a complex formation, which is dynamic and unfolding rather than centered in some clearly identifiable essence, if we don't see this ungraspable complexity, then we create conditions which solidify the ungraspable. And then we are functionally deluded, although we're trying to do our best. As the Buddha said, all beings want to be happy, but everywhere they choose methods which increase the suffering. The issue is to see the ground source, which is the mind, which is ungraspable. So then he says, if you awaken to this, there is no other enlightenment. There are many ideas about the Buddhas and their magical powers and their great abilities. And many of these formulations are designed to give people a sense of hope and possibility and a feeling that they're not on their own. However, if we have started to understand the primacy of the mind, that the mind is the ground source, then we start to see that if we awaken to this and abide in that awakening, staying non-dual with the mind itself, then there is no other enlightenment. Then he says, this is the whole of all there is. This is everything, everything. There is nothing outside this. So when we come to study these Dharma texts, we find that they are full of many nuanced technical terms. So we have Dharmata, Dharmadhatu, Dharmakaya, and so on. And it looks as if there are many different aspects of Dharma. But all of these terms are, it's like looking at a crystal which has several facets. So if you put the crystal on a small turntable, as it turns, you see different aspects of it. Each aspect has its specificity, and yet each aspect is part of the whole. So it helps if we see the technical terms are operating in the same way. They're not talking about different things, because there are no self-existing things. So he's saying, the mind, if you awaken to this, that quality of the mind is called the Dharmakaya. The mind that sees its own intrinsic emptiness, its ungraspability, its not being a thing. And then this third line, he's saying, and this is the entire Dharmadhatu. This is the sphere within which everything appears. This is the site of everything, and there is nothing which is outside this. So this is the highest Buddha realm, the realm in which the Buddha, as the Dharmakaya mind, is inseparable from the arena, the empty arena within which all illusory forms arise and pass. So then the fourth line is, may we be aware of the hidden actuality, the ground of all. This, the ground of all is not actually hidden, but it's mistaken as being the existence of many different things. So when we see the actuality or the emptiness of all appearances as being inseparable, as all having the same ground, then awareness shines forth. The issue is always whether we see with the mind, open to with the mind, or whether we imagine. The imagination is the energy of the mind. If the energy of the mind is kept inseparable from the ground of the mind, then it is the display of the creativity of emptiness. But when we don't see the ground, then imagination creates all the different experiences of samsara. This is why, although there are many, many Dharma books, you don't have to study them at all. What you do need to study is your own mind. Get to know your mind, make friends with your mind. Thoughts are the movement of the mind. But what is the mind itself? You have a mind. You are not dead. You have the flow of experiences, your body, what arises through your senses, and so on. The problem is you don't precisely see the status or the value of what is occurring. You look at experience as being the experience of things, And then you imagine that the experiencer of the things that you experience is also a thing. So this is duality. This is happening to me. The only way out of this is to look at the mind itself, to sit and bring the attention, the flow of your consciousness, to bring it back in on itself, to attend to the mind itself. So he's saying in the next verse, with appearance, there's the mind. With emptiness, there's the mind. Whether there's something, whether there's a lot happening in your mind or nothing happening in the mind, it's the mind. In the second line, with awakening, there's the mind. With confusion, there's also my mind. The mind is the ground of samsara and nirvana. It gives rise to clarity and it gives rise to confusion. The confusion arises through intoxication with experience, which leads to non-attention to the ground of that experience. And it says in the third line, with arising, there's the mind. With ceasing, there's the mind. Some experience occurs, it starts to manifest, and then it vanishes. Both are the mind. In the Dzogchen text, it talks about Rangsha Rangro, self-arising, self-liberating, or self-vanishing. The mind is everything. The mind is the basis of all. So then he says, may we sever all interpretations within the mind. That is to say, whenever a thought arises, which seems to be, as it were, planted in itself, in its own self-isolating belief that it is true, may we let it go. It is our own, the ego's grasping and attachment, which creates the compounding, the composing, the elaboration of complex forms. So a differentiating assertion is something solidifying. This is terrible. Actually, if we unpack it, this appearance appears to me at this moment, under these circumstances, to be terrible. So just as in Canada, I don't know if they still do it, but in the old days, they would cut the trees and slide them down the hillside into the river. And often the trees would arrive in a chaotic pattern and jam together. So then the workers would go out with these special boots with spikes on the sole and stand on the logs and run to get the logs turning and moving, and then they could push them out into the stream. The logs float. They're in the river, which is big and strong and flowing. It's in the nature of the log to flow in the river, but it gets stuck. So it's the same with the thoughts in our mind. The thoughts jam together and make patterns. And when they lock together, they appear to be static, although they are actually dynamic because they arise and pass, arise and pass. So by not confirming the construct, we don't feed belief and attachment on top of the reification, and that cuts free all these differentiating assertions so that they flow away. So then in the next verse he says, now he's talking about when you have this the clarity of this view of how your mind actually is, he says, don't adulterate it with effortful meditation employing the intellect. That is to say, don't have an intention. Don't settle yourself in the position of, I know what I have to do. So, for example, if you're going to do chanting, there is a tune to remember. If you're going to ring a bell, you have to remember when to ring it. If you're going to do prostrations, you have to learn how to do this safely. So he's saying, don't bring in any artificial or mind-made kind of meditation. Just stay open with the mind itself and see how the mind is self-liberating. Then the next line, he says, unmoved by the volatility of the bustle of ordinary concerns. Lots of things happen. Are they important? It depends. If you are in a concrete situation and you can do something, then you should do something. For example, if you've learned how to do first aid and to do chest compression if somebody's heart stops, and you're out in the street and you see someone lying and you check and they're not breathing, the pulse is gone, then you should do that compression in the hope the ambulance will come. You do this and hopefully the professionals will come and the person will go to hospital. You do the activity and then after it's done. No, you are open to whatever else is coming. But if you after the person is taken away, you start thinking, oh my God, I also could have a heart attack. And then you start worrying about it. And the people I know, they also could have heart attacks. Then what you're doing is generating unnecessary turbulence. Worrying about getting sick, worrying about accidents, worrying about tragedies is simply agitation. So if we stay with the concrete situation, our energy flows into it for a while and then we let it go. So on the basis of these two, of the first two lines, the third line is knowing how to rest in uncontrived original free flow. This means that it's not as if we are sitting on the bank of the river watching the river flowing. Otherwise, we would have the duality of the observer and the observed. The flow is flowing through the stillness of the mind. That is to say, the stillness and the movement are not back to back in rejecting opposition. The stillness is empty and without inherent existence. The movement is empty and without inherent existence. We are not in opposition. So we are here, we're in the world, we're receiving sounds and light and sensations through our body. We can participate or not. What is the basis of my movement? Do I have an agenda? As long as the subtle traces of our ego formation are there, this will put a spin or a twist onto the flow of arising experience. So the mind, my mind, open, empty, fresh. It's fresh because it's non-accumulative. We're not building something up. We're not hanging on to the past. We are trusting that the open ground, which is the ground of manifestation, is indeed unstopped, unceasing. So the flow of life continues through. So to rest in the flow or with the flow is experience is arising in the here and now. The past is gone, the future hasn't come. There's always just this. This is arising in the space of the mind. Not just this, my this, but all this. It all comes together. Always here, always now. Resting in this unmoving point, settled in the openness of the mind, everything arises where you are. You don't need to go after it or wait for it. So he says, may we expertly protect our practice of the mind as it is. That is to say, the non-duality of the ground and what arises in and as the ground is all there is. We protect this integration by settling into it and not doing anything else. Just as Garab Dorji says in his statement, awaken to your mind itself, unborn, ungraspable. See that this is inseparable from all experience. Then be clear about this. And really don't keep it as theory, don't keep it as an idea, but get the direct experience. Don't remain in doubt. And then thirdly, he says, and continue in this way. Don't go looking for anything better than this. So this is difficult, because you see all these paintings and so on, of Buddhas with rainbows and flowers falling from the sky and so on. And maybe when you're sitting and you're open, your mind is dull or depressed, or waves of sadness fill you. So it's very important not to enter into judgment at this point. This is how it is at the moment. But it's not bright. It's dull, it's not clear. Even when the mind is dull, this is the energy of the mind displaying itself. Every flavor, every shade is the display of the potential of the mind. If we just want to have bright colors and be eating chocolate all day, that's not going to be Dharma. However the mind is how the mind is. The mind is empty. What arises from and in the mind is empty. So this is how we continue with the practice. We protect it by not entering into judgment and remaining open without adopting some aspects or rejecting other aspects. So then this continues into the next verse. So he's saying, if you do this, if you don't agitate yourself by hopes and fears, then the waves of subtle and coarse thoughts subside where they are. Thoughts come and go, feelings come and go, sensations come and go. If you don't get involved, if you don't grasp at particular moments of manifestation, they will subside or dissolve or vanish where they are. Because all thoughts are impermanent, it is an absolute truth that you cannot hold on to a good thought, because it is the very nature of these thoughts to vanish. Similarly, there is no need to push away bad thoughts, because they also have the nature to vanish by themselves. So the ego is like an anxious gardener, worried about weeds, always tidying up and tidying up. promoting some growth and cutting back other growth. And this is the key point. This work is carried out on the basis of, I know what I like. I know what is good. I know how it should be. This template is erroneous. In this practice, we rest in the mind as it is and trust that everything which arises in the mind is part of the middle way manifestation of illusion. There is nothing to improve. There is nothing to hold on to or adopt. There is nothing to get rid of. The ego is called Mr. 10%. The ego is the middleman, always wanting to make a little bit of profit on whatever is happening. The ego is sitting in a little shop. The name of the shop is My Mind. Coming in the back door is the supply line from the Dharmakaya. But we don't let the customers know this. No, it's all mine. It's all mine. I just make a small profit. What is the nature of my profit? I exist. I exist. I do this. I do that. So the ego is insinuated as an unnecessary customs point, charging all the people who drive through this barrier. It's a bandit, a thief, a liar, a cheat. And it is also unborn and unreal. It is a delusion. So that's why the instruction is don't get involved. The one who needs to react and to select and to construct, this is the ego self directing the dualistic consciousness. This is why the basic meditation we need to do is shamatha or shine, where you practice non-distraction until you learn to sustain your attention on the sensation at the nostrils. Then, with the stability of that attention, you learn to scan the shifting patterns of sensation in the body. Then you can do the more subtle shamatha by resting the mind not on the breath, but in its inseparability with space. And with that, you can develop the more subtle vipassana, which is simply to register the arising and passing of whatever is occurring without involvement. Resting in this openness, everything is clear. You haven't become cut off and dull and stupid. Everything is bright and clear, yet remains ungraspable. And so you don't grasp, you relax. So then he says, the water of undisturbed mind settles according to its own nature. That is to say, because the reactivity of dualistic subject-object formation is allowed to self-liberate, then the water settles, like throwing a pebble into a still pond. The ripples arise and then gradually they vanish away. Then in the third line, he says, free of the staining turbidity of sinking and dullness. It's very exhausting to be busy sorting out the world. When we don't see the illusory nature of phenomena, their bright ungraspability, they appear heavy and dull, and that means there's something to be done. And so we are marked, we are stained, we are affected by what is going on. It's too much. I can't cope. I need a rest. Now, how do we normally have a rest? We distract ourselves from the situation. Maybe we go for a walk, looking at whatever's happening. Maybe check the mobile phone, see if there's anything interesting. We might phone a friend and complain. Life is so hard. It's just one thing after another. Oh, one thing after another? Where did these things come from? That is our own mind. So when we feel burdened, when staying awake in meditation becomes difficult, when we're not in the mood to sit and open, this is a sign that either we have absorbed too much or we are tired of being in control. The middle way is to see that the mind is unborn from the very beginning. And so thoughts come as they do and go as they do. I am not in charge. I'm neither completely in control nor completely out of control. Of course, we have our own karmic inheritance. Some people have a relaxed, happy mood most of the time. Other people feel anxious a lot of the time. Some people feel critical and are always looking for what is wrong. Other people are fearful of being criticized and are always striving to get things right. Hopefully, we all have some idea of our own patterning. We have to work with this, but not be conditioned by it. If you are a fearful person, then stay with the fear. I hate being criticized. I hate it when people are angry with me. Okay, so let's really see what is happening in that situation. When you feel upset, just remember the middle way. Don't collapse into it and merge into it. Don't try to extricate yourself from it or distract yourself away from it. Just stay open. I feel horrible. Stay with that. You might shake and tremble, you might cry. No, this is a flow of experience. Then in comes the judgment. But I don't like it. I don't want to be like this. But you are like this. And is it so terrible? It's just this. But I don't like it. I don't like it is a judgment. It's happening to me. Relax in the out breath, stay with it. Then you start to notice it's happening. Then you start to see, oh, this is what's happening. This is how it happens. This is a patterning of sensation, memory, thought. And then you start to see, oh, there is a difference between experiencing a situation like this in terms of it's happening to me and experiencing it as it's happening. And when it's just happening, then the staining turbidity, the opaque quality of turbulent water with the mud in it fades away. So then he says, may the ocean of tranquility be steady and undisturbed. If there is turbulence, the ego is the cause of the turbulence. Not the situation, but the reaction to the situation. You can't control situations in life, but you can relax the habitual impetus to be involved in reactivity. Okay, so we take a break now and come back on the hour. Have a good break. See you then. Bye. Okay, everyone ready to go? Yeah, good. So yesterday, some of us were doing the Bodhisattva vow. And we make a commitment to do whatever we can to bring about the enlightenment of all beings. So on an outer level, it is as if enlightenment is some happy land far away. And you've got to go from here to there. And then we think, oh, I could get a bus and at least take some people on the bus and take them there. But this text, like the Dzogchen text, is saying something different. The site of awakening is here. It's not somewhere else. Moreover, the basis of awakening is already in place. So although in the Mahayana tradition, we talk about gathering the two accumulations of merit and wisdom, which then manifest as the fruits of our own labors, from the non-dual point of view, the basis for awakening is the pristine purity, the ever-fresh openness of our mind itself. And therefore, the task of each person is to open to themselves. We are like a very shy person. And somebody wants to take our photograph. And we put on more clothes in order to be photographed. And the photographer says, but if you want to have an image of how you are, you have to take your clothes off. No, I don't want anyone to see me. I don't like how I am. And of course, very often when people say this, they have never really seen their own naked body. So similarly, we wear our clothing of memories, thoughts, habits, and so on. And you may have grown up in a family that gave you Christian clothing or communist clothing. Through the course of your life, you change your clothes, but you never really spent any time being naked. But in the text, they say we need naked awareness, uncovered awareness. We cannot open to the naked mind if we are always holding on to our thoughts, feelings, interpretations, and so on. So from that point of view, when you're at home in your naked self, you don't have to wear clothes. We wear clothes for the sake of the other. We adorn ourselves in certain attitudes or moods or skills in order to make contact with other people. The Dharmakaya is the naked mind. In the Sambhogakaya and Nimanakaya are forms of showing or clothing by which our compassionate activity makes contact with others. So see if this image makes sense to you. No matter how many clothes we are wearing at this moment, we are naked under our clothes. The clothes hide the nakedness, but they don't remove it. So the nakedness, the openness of our mind is the central point that we need to attend to. And then from that, you can adopt whatever is necessary for the other. So then he says on page 99 in the English version, when looking again and again at the invisible mind. The invisible mind is a mind which is not something which can be grasped. It cannot be seen as an object. You are the mind. It's not something you have. The mind shows you, you don't have the mind. So he's saying you have to look again and again and again until you are convinced that your own mind, the ground of all your experience, is not a thing. It's not like anything else. By doing this looking, then, as he says in the second line, the unseeable ultimate is seen distinctly just as it is. How can you see that which can't be seen? Another image that is sometimes used is that it's like a river flowing into the ocean. The water merges with the water, and there's no difference between them. We see the mind in the sense of we awaken to how our mind is by exactly being awareness itself. Awareness is self-aware. So, as a kind of general example, if you've ever done kind of mindful walking, so you bring your attention to your shoulders and how your arms swing and how your legs are swinging out from the hips. You have a sense of you're being attentive to how your body is, but you're also being receptive to how your body shows itself. So although there is still a duality, it's getting thinner and thinner. The subject and object aspects are getting more close to each other. And then sometimes, if you're in the right mood, if you're dancing, you're just dancing. It's as if the music is dancing you and there is no separate subject who's having to watch what they're doing. So this gives a sense of something being present, not artificially developed, not observed, but as it were, a self-display. Now, the dancing body is a display, it's an experience. So what we're talking about now is to bring the attention from what is occurring, what is being experienced, onto the experiencer without turning the experiencer into an object. Then the unseeable ultimate, which is the empty mind itself, is seen distinctly because you are present in it as it. The one who sees it is not the ego self. Awareness is self-transparent or self-luminous or self-aware. It's just like that. Then he says, this severs all the uncertainties of is and is not concerning the true, the as is. It's not something you can have an opinion about or even an accurate perception of. It is your own self-radiant or self-illuminating being here. It is a radiance which has no content of its own, and it doesn't stand in opposition to all the thoughts, feelings, perceptions, and so on, which are occurring as a stream of experience. The empty mind, in illuminating what arises, is illuminating itself. Because there is truly no separation or contradiction between the emptiness of the mind and the fullness of experience. So he says, may we ourselves know our own essence free of delusion. So moment by moment, you are in your environment, in your room, in your town, according to circumstances. Sometimes your attention's more out, sometimes it's more in. Everything which occurs is experience. It's not a thing. It's not a substance. It's arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. The knower of this, the revealer of this, is your own unborn awareness, which is free of the delusion of grasping at experience as being the appearance of something. In this way, you see your own naked face, just as it is. And the face has these three aspects. It is open, it is radiant, or lustrous, or the patterning of potential, and it is the precise expression which arises in contact. So our face is empty, it has complexion, it has this radiance, and it expresses connectivity. So this is how we know ourselves. It's very important that these three are not split and divided. Otherwise, you get an opposition between the mind being empty and open and the mind being expressive. However our mind shows itself, whatever thoughts and feelings arise, this is not other than the basic emptiness. There is nothing to grasp at. And this is the freedom from delusion. Because delusion arises when we grasp at an illusion, like a reflection, and take it to have a separate essence of its own. So then in the next verse, he says, looking at an object, we see no object, just mind. That is to say, the object is my experience, and my experience is my mind. So I'm walking in the street and I see someone coming towards me. I think they look dangerous. That is an interpretation. That is the movement of my mind. That is my experience. What I see is my mind. It doesn't mean that this person is something that I have invented, and if I stop inventing them, then they will vanish in a puff of smoke. The object is not something we can ever find. Both subject and object are experiences of the mind. What we experience is the mind's display. So you explore that for yourself. Go in your kitchen, go in your bathroom, look at the sink, look at the cooking pot. Here is an object. I like my old pan, but my friends don't like the pan. Why don't you get a new pan? Look, it's old, it's worn out. Do we see the same thing? I approach the cooking pan with my mind. They approach the cooking pan with their mind. Is there an actual pan which is out there? Until the mind apprehends it, it has no meaning for us. The potential is born for us according to our interpretation. our interpretation, it's the midwife of the birth of the object. And different minds give birth to different objects. They are the objects of experience, or they are the object aspect of an experience, or they are experience interpreted as object. There is only the mind. So then he says, looking for mind, we see no mind, only the empty essence. The mind has nothing in it. Whatever content is in the mind is already vanishing as soon as you notice it. Although we look again and again for the mind, we find only an open space. This open space is ceaselessly filling with appearances. So then he says, looking at both, at the object and at the mind that looks at the object, clinging to duality is liberated where it is. Neither the seeming object or the seeming mind is a real entity. Having no inherent existence, there is no basis for duality, because what is it that's keeping them as separate? So then he says, may we awaken to luminosity, the givenness of the mind. Luminosity means the ungraspable appearance, or the display, or the showing, or the potential, which has no self-substance. So we have dreams, we have daydreams, we have going to the cinema, we have the experience of taking something to be real when it's not real. This luminosity arises in the field, in the space of the mind. It's not that the mind is inside you, and when you go to the cinema, you sit in your seat and you see the film that is out there. Your experience of sitting in the seat in the cinema and your experience of the film are both arising in the space of luminosity. This is a co-emergence, or a simultaneous emergence, which is dynamic and ever-changing. This is the intrinsic. This is how it is. So then we can understand why very often in the meditation text it says, don't keep the world outside, don't keep the mind inside. They arise together. Before we comment on the world, before we enter into judgment about the world is here, and it's only here because we are aware. The mind is given in the sense that we don't make it, we don't possess it. It is intrinsic from the very beginning, unborn. So then he says in the next verse, separate from mental activity, this is the great Mahamudra. This is meaning that the mind is not created by mental activity, nor does the mind create through mental activity. The first word, yit, means the intelligent mind, the mind that does things. This mental activity cannot touch the great Mahamudra. The Mahamudra is free from the Mahamudra, which means our own mind itself as it is. This is it is never relative to what is emerging. So we can compare different kinds of potatoes. We think this is a potato, that's a potato, this one is big, this is red in color, this one is more useful for baking. That is to say, description, evaluation, judgment, all rest on the dualistic perception. There is something there that I am thinking and talking about. But this doesn't apply to the mind. The mind is not a thing among things. The mind is the ground of everything. And because the mind is not a thing, its children, all that arises in and as and for the mind, are not things either. This is the great Mahamudra. It is great because it is complete in itself. It's like a circle or a ball. It has no edges or joins. It's not compounded. It is empty of inherent existence, and so is beyond the realms of relativization. Then he says, free of extremes, it is the great middle way. The main extremes are existence continuing forever, and non-existence or oblivion or annihilation, so permanence or annihilation. So this is the great Madhyamika, the great philosophy or view of the ungraspability. As we touched on, extremes means polarities, binaries, this in relation to that. But the middle way is where the extremes meet. They are neither the same, nor truly different. All extremes are non-dual because they are mutually dependent, even in their mutual exclusion. So whenever we make a strong judgment, this is very good, this is very bad, we're doing this on the basis of reification. We're operating from the assumption that there is something there that I have definite knowledge about. So he's saying it is free of all of this. Inclusive of all, it's also known as the great completion. The great completion or the great perfection is Sokpa. The great inclusion is never divided. Nothing has to be excluded. Everything is welcome. Everything arises in this open, empty space. So he's saying that whether we call the mind the great Mahamudra, or the great middle way, or Madhyamaka, or the great completion, or Dzogchen, these are only names. So he's saying, may we gain the confidence of seeing that to know one, to really penetrate to the truth of emptiness, is to know the meaning of all the different dharma paths, all the different phenomena. So then in the next verse, he says, great bliss, free of attachment, is unceasing. So great bliss is referring to non-oppositional sensation. So they say, if you go to a land of gold, all you can find is gold. If you go to the realm of sensation and you see sensation for what it is, then all sensation is like happiness. So we touched on before that if something pleases us, we want to have more of it. If it doesn't please us, we want less of it. But he has been progressively, step by step, coming to this absolute clarity. Everything is unborn. So when you apply your identificatory matrix, when you apply your interpretive signs, and you feel, oh, this is very good, this is very bad, he's just been pointing out in the previous verse, but there is no object. So this is good, this is bad, this is the movement of the mind. It establishes nothing. It is a pretense or an invention or a perhaps. So a sensation arises in the body. What is it? The what is already taking us towards a kind of, there's something there. Don't investigate through the medium of duality. You're not a detective investigating a criminal. You're not a doctor reading signs and symptoms to come to a diagnosis. Stay with the immediacy of the arising. Ungraspable. That's why it's important as part of your practice to do the general vipassana of scanning through the body. As you go down through the body, maybe there is some heat or some scratchy feeling in your shoulder. Then when you come back up again, scanning through the body, the sensation is different or perhaps has vanished completely. It's not an object. It's an experience. If you grasp at it as an object, it will look like an object. It will seem to be an object. But if you simply attend to it, you see it's a transient experience with no internal essence of its own. So, when you are free of attachment to good and bad, to wanting and not wanting, then all sensation is great bliss. Now, when we have this Deichen or Dewa Chempo, Chempo, which means great, in this kind of text always means empty. So it doesn't mean a lot of bliss or a lot of happiness. It's not like the bliss that you can create through certain yoga practices, controlling breathing and so on. That also can be called great bliss. But that is the great bliss of artifice. It's an artificial construction used for the purpose of showing you the emptiness of the body system. Here it means all sensation is empty. Indeed, all experience is empty. Because it's empty, it is beyond evaluation. And so it provides no basis for reactivity. As soon as you react to a sensation as being positive or negative, you're doing that on the basis of liking and not liking. So your starting point is duality. The vision of duality cannot have great bliss. It doesn't have empty bliss or empty sensation. It has good sensation or bad sensation. So you could also translate this sentence as empty experience free of attachment is unceasing. Then he says, luminosity free of grasping at characteristics is unobscured. It means this great plane of co-emergent display, the luminous experience of the unreified potential of the mind. When you don't approach it in terms of characteristics, of qualities you can attribute to what is occurring, then the field, the plane, the display of luminosity is undivided and intact and unobscured. If you grasp at luminosity, you won't catch luminosity, but you will give rise to the delusion that there is an entity having its own qualities there. Then he says, non-conceptuality beyond intellect is instant presence. Means when you trust the ground, when you abide in the ground, when you open to the ground, you have the immediate clarity that there is nothing there to think about. There is no need to make sense of what is happening. Know what is happening. There is the display of the mind to itself, a display which is unborn, unseparated from the mind. And so this great circle of completion is free of division into subject and object. This effortless co-emergence, this arising all at onceness is free of conceptualization and beyond conceptualization. Well, then he says, many unelicited meditative experiences occur without interruption. He's saying, may this occur, may we experience these diverse, unartificial, uncaused experiences. These are called nyam. They're experiences clearly in the mind. They're not reliant on subject-object interaction. The most famous of them are bliss, luminosity, and non-thought. Now, because these three states are can be quite intense and quite reassuring, they can become like a false haven, a false port for a ship to rest in. As there is less attachment, these experiences become more frequent. So they can be seen as signs of some success, but not of arrival. There is nowhere to arrive. The mind is already open. The danger with these experiences is that we take them as a sign that we have achieved something. So sometimes the advice is given, if you find yourself having these experiences, then just sit with them and then make the sound of put very strongly and cause them to disperse. Because when we read the accounts of this stages of jhana, of meditative absorption described in the Theravadan texts, which are seen as the basis for going to the formless realms at the very top of samsara, then we can see that absorption into these states and the maintenance of them through a very quiet non-disturbance of one's own state or of what is occurring, this can be a dead end. So we don't want to go there. But in the next verse, he's saying, grasping at good meditation experiences is liberated in its own place. So he's saying, you don't even have to do something disruptive like use the syllable pet. Simply, sorry, on you go. Simply being present in the here and now, which is the only place we can actually be. This is where these good experiences, in particular the bliss, clarity, and non-thought, occur. They occur and they vanish. They go free in their own place, which is here and now. By remaining here and now as the clarity of space, these experiences occurring in this space are not other. We're not merged in them, but neither are we apart from them. And so they come and they go by themselves. Moreover, delusional bad thoughts are inherently pure within all encompassing space. Bad thought is already a judgment. So whatever is occurring, sometimes there's a lot of physical pain, sometimes we feel very sleepy, sometimes we're bored, sometimes we can't be bothered, sometimes we're angry, jealous, whatever. These are experiences which, if we were to enter into judgment, we would probably agree are not very good. So what's important here is to be attentive to the fact that whenever I define the object, I'm also shaping myself. So if I say, oh, this is a delicious cup of coffee, in that formulation, it is a seemingly objective assessment of the coffee. But what I'm actually saying is, this cup of coffee is delicious for me. I find this coffee to be delicious. So in as much as I'm saying the coffee is delicious, I'm indirectly referring to myself as one who is capable of defining the quality of coffee. To define and shape the object is simultaneously to define and shape the subject. So if we want the mind to remain open, the formation, the constriction of positioning of myself in relation to my definition of the object is not going to be helpful. I mean, we have a problem because we live in a culture where we are supposed to be polite. So if I make you a coffee and I ask you, how's the coffee? If you say, it is as it is, I might feel like slapping you because there is a kind of choreography that we weave the texture of social relatedness through sharing likings and dislikings and opinions and so on. So we can't step out of ordinary social interactions. We're not living in caves in the Himalayas. So we can't separate ourselves from these invitations. What we have to do is to deconstruct them in the moment of their arising. If we are clear that when someone expresses an opinion, that is what it is. It is a mental formulation which reveals the particular patterning of that person at this moment. That is to say, they are showing themselves by talking about the object. So we can hear that. Oh, that's their mind at work. It's like a mirage, like a rainbow, like a dream. Nothing is established. It's a transient pattern which has no self-substance. It doesn't tell us any eternal truth about that person. It's just a shape which dissolves. So when we allow the sound to emerge as sound and emptiness, we are seeing that the comment is neither telling us the truth about the object, because other people could have different opinions, nor is it telling us some eternal truth about the subject who made the comment. It's a movement within the space of potential, within the Dharma Dhatu, the all-encompassing space within which phenomena arise and dissolve. So all bad thoughts or feelings or sensations are inherently pure in their being unborn within the space of emptiness. So the mind, which is the great mother, which is like Prajnaparamita, if we were looking at it from the Mahayana point of view, this mother is empty and gives birth to emptiness. The empty mind gives birth to appearance and emptiness, sensation and emptiness, judgment and emptiness, bad feeling and emptiness, despair and emptiness, hopelessness and emptiness. None of these propositions is a limit. When they arise from our mouth, it's like writing on water, like putting your finger in a bowl of water and writing your name. By the time you reach the third letter, the first one has already dissolved. So, resting in the empty space of awareness, resting in unborn awareness free of subject and object, everything is allowed because nothing can contaminate this space pure from the very beginning. Whatever occurs is inherently pure because it is unborn. Birth occurs due to duality. Birth is ignorance. Birth is separation, reification. Then the next line he says, ordinary mind is beyond discarding and adopting, removing and adding. Ordinary mind is another way of saying unborn awareness. It's used for two reasons. One is to indicate that there is no dichotomy between open awareness and dualistic consciousness. These are not two different minds. And secondly, it's ordinary because all beings have it. It is the basis for awakening. It is what the mind, which is pure from the very beginning, looks like or is taken to be when it is not recognized as it is. So, for example, if I say to a friend, oh, I feel a bit sad and disheartened. And they say, oh, James, that's not like you. What's the matter? Then this is asserting that somehow that person and I know how my mind should be. So I am becoming estranged from myself. I'm having an abnormal experience. And it would be good to get rid of that experience. So what he's saying here is ordinary mind, if you want to see it as it is, don't go into judging and adopting and discarding, removing and adding. The intrinsic purity of this ordinary mind will be revealed without effort if you stop telling it what it is and allow yourself to open to it as it truly is. Then the fourth line says, may we awaken to the truth of actuality beyond interpretation. So in our own mind, with regard to our own experience, we want to avoid strong interpretation because that is always dualizing. So we want to awaken to the unaltered simplicity of our mind as it is. But of course, yesterday when we take the Bodhisattva vow, we're also wanting to avoid creating problems for other people. So that means that we need to become more mindful about how we use language, gossiping about people, talking about them, creates a solidification. Having strong opinions about people's behavior, maybe politicians and so on, is again a form of reification and mental dullness. If you think that the politician is behaving badly, you can light a candle for them and say some prayers for them and hold an image of them in your mind and just let it dissolve by itself. The more you experience the unborn quality of whatever is arising moment by moment, the habitual tendency to interpret, to judge, to elaborate will also thin. Okay, so the more you see the empty nature of your mind itself, that it cannot be caught by a thought, then when we're talking about a person, we're not talking about the true source of how they manifest, because that is ungraspable. What we're doing is we are creating an artificial form of the other and reifying it so that this solidified image of the other becomes a basis on which we can hang our various opinions and judgments. So part of this is to see that we are thinking and talking ourselves into existence. And we are thinking and talking other beings into existence. And both we and they are from the very beginning free of the extremes of existence and non-existence. So then we see, I'm not living in a state of ignorance or unawareness. Awareness is a state of openness or just openness. But ignorance is an activity we are doing, ignoring. We're doing constructing. We're building up these images of self and other. So he's saying, may we awaken to the truth of actuality beyond this unnecessary and harmful activity. Okay, if we come back at 1:45, gives us 20 minutes break. Okay, see you then. Okay, so we continue with the text. Ranjun Dorji says, although the true nature of all sentient beings is always enlightened, due to the power of not awakening to this, they wander in endless samsara. So he's already described this in various ways. Our own mind, when we look for it, is not something we can find. It has no substance. Therefore, no mark can be made on it. We make marks by writing on paper, or children draw on the pavement. This marks that. Marking, changing, arises from duality. But the mind is empty from the very beginning. It is enlightened in the sense of not being covered. It's always available in its openness, in its purity. However, sentient beings don't awaken to how they are, and so they spend a lot of time working out what they are. They develop a sense of personal identity and maintain and adapt that identity in a world with ever-changing circumstances. Because the emptiness of the mind and the fullness of the mind are not two things. What arises in the mind can never fill it forever. So the presence of the mind, or the luminosity of the mind, is the ever-changing patterning which fills the space of the mind. If you recognize this, then the mind remains relaxed in its openness, bright in its luminosity, and connective in its interaction. But if we don't awaken to this, we concretize ourselves as an entity and think, I am a thing in a world of things. And so I have to constantly stay in the game by improving and changing and adding and subtracting. And this is called, this ceaseless activity is called wandering in endless samsara. When we look back at our lives, whatever age we are, we see that we have been pursuing one path, then another path, then another path, and each of these paths which seemed like solid ground under our feet has started to dissolve, and then we have to move on to another way of earning money or being in relationship. So then he says, towards these sentient beings whose suffering is without limit, may unbearable compassion arise in our mind. Millions, billions, and billions of sentient beings, all the worms, scorpions, being in the God realm, hell realms, and so on. These are beings whose life is governed by circumstances they can't control. On the news, in the summer, we see these images of forest fires. Usually the cameras are focused on the houses being burned and maybe cars being burned and ambulance because 2 people died. But of course, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of insects, of worms, and of different small creatures have been destroyed in the flames. We don't even notice that they are suffering. So he's saying, may unbearable compassion arise in our mind. Why should it be so intense? What's the benefit of an unbearable compassion? The verb that's used there is verbs also used for patience. That is to say, in seeing the suffering of these beings, we should be impatient. We need to do something. The bodhisattvas don't usually sit in the Padma-asana. They have one leg out because they're ready to get up and move. What shall we do to help these beings? First of all, we have to keep them in mind. This is also a practice. We make a connection with all beings. We remember that they have been our mother in a previous life, and we think about them, and we send rays of light to them, and we don't forget them. We are developing the capacity to say honestly from our heart, I am available, I will respond. This means, of course, that we are attentive to the people around us, to the animals around us. We can say prayers, we can write mantras and dissolve them in the rivers. We can take statues to the river and put them under the water for some time and do practice. We can make the world a living mandala in which light is available for all. The great danger in samsara is complacency. when this young prince or rich man's son, Siddhartha, was growing up in a very protected environment, everything was very sweet. But as he gets a bit older and he goes out riding, he sees a sick person, an old person, a corpse, and then a holy man. And he is shocked by this. He had never thought before that people get sick, or that he could get sick, that people get old, or he could get old, that people die and he will die. This is his awakening. Many rich people would just turn away and say, nothing to do with me. But what he encountered gets to him, disturbs him, and transforms his life. So that's the same for us. When we take the Bodhisattva vow, we never forget all sentient beings. When we are sitting here studying this text, I hope we've been remembering around us all sentient beings. May all sentient beings meet the Dharma. May they gain awakening. Because if our Dharma practice just becomes something that we do, then although the words that we are reading or reciting are beautiful, our heart has gone to sleep. So then he says in the next verse, when the energy of uncontainable compassion flows as ceaseless love, the fact of its empty essence is nakedly apparent. So what he's pointing here is the middle way. We can't contain the warmth and the love and the concern that we feel inside. It flows out in a gesture of connectivity. However, the fact of its empty essence is nakedly apparent. If you get too upset by the suffering in samsara, if you start worrying about the children in Ukraine start freezing to death and the children in Ethiopia dying of starvation, you end up feeling hopeless and powerless. So with the traditional image of wisdom and compassion being like the two wings of a bird, intense compassion which frees us from the cocoon of our ego self-absorption, allows us to experience how we connect with others, and that we are now in new patterns of movement set up by our linking with them. The habitual reference point of I, me, myself, and what I like and what I don't like, this is dissolved so that we experience the empty essence that our energy is manifesting clearly as the energy of the ground. We see, oh, I'm not doing this. Love has washed me clean of myself. I am the empty energy of the ground, connecting with the empty energy of the ground, arising as the appearance of all sentient beings. And this middleman of the ego has been displaced, dissolved. Loving connectivity is the smile or the expression of the open, empty ground. And then he says, from this union, the inseparability of wisdom and compassion, the supreme, which is the supreme path free of error, may we never separate and practice always by day and by night. So this is particularly important when we practice Mahamudra and Dzogchen. Generally, we don't do much ritual practice. We're not reciting a lot of verses reminding us about the importance of compassion. What we have here is a kind of two-pronged movement dissolving the ego. Love steps around the ego, wipes it away. I'm going to help. So the energy of close connectivity is already there. Who will I help? Naked, empty forms of emptiness. I'm not going to take people out of samsara. I want to bring my light and my presence and my playfulness and my lack of solidity and burden of seriousness. I want to loosen myself so that my connection becomes enlivening to others. It is this union of wisdom and compassion that allows us to say, may we never separate from connectivity and practice by day and by night. The ego cannot do this, but awareness can do this. When we connect with an open heart, the energy of the ground flows through us. Then we see that I, me, myself is not pointing to some separate island of individual existence, but is pointing to a pathway of connectivity. I am the medium through which the empty ground connects in loving kindness with all the other appearances of the open empty ground. So then in the next verse he says, from the power of meditation we gain wisdom eyes and clairvoyant perception. And we have to remember here, this meditation is the authentic, actual condition or situation that we are relaxing into. It's not something we are doing, but we relax into it so that it flows through us. Wisdom eyes means the eye that sees the emptiness of appearance. So we have our two eyes. And this stereoscopic vision allows us to generate a composite image of the other. And then our mental consciousness elaborates this as an interpreted object. But when the wisdom eye, which is here in our lower forehead, opens, then it's as if it says, really? Are you still playing this kind of game? And with this comes the special powers, knowing the past, knowing the future, and so on. By means of this, we ripen sentient beings. On a general level, I have heard many, many times of children who had a difficult time in school. Maybe they weren't very popular, or they found learning very difficult. And they seem to be just drowning in this invisible group of children in the classroom. And then, if they were fortunate, one year they meet a teacher who, for whatever reason, shows them some genuine interest. And the interested attention of the teacher seems to be like a warm spring breeze that allows the bulb in the heart to ripen so that the child starts to open to the world and become able to learn. So this is the same, or this is how we ripen. I don't know in other countries, but in Britain, with the pandemic lockdown, many people bought pets, cats and dogs. And when you see a family, especially if they're small children, and they're really fascinated by the little kitten, then the kitten comes alive and it goes from being very shy and wary and hiding under the furniture it starts to become more courageous and move around. It starts climbing on people. So this is how we ripen, with loving attention. Loving attention from human beings, from animals, and in particular from the Buddhas, from the meditation deities, and so on. So when we do a tantric practice, say, for example, Padmasambhava, first we gain the empowerment for the practice. This is described as being the ripening empowerment. And then we get the explanation of the text and how to do the practice and so on. And this is called the liberating explanation. The ripening comes about when somebody believes that we are a suitable vessel to receive the initiation, and we open our heart to receive the initiation, then we ripen and blossom. So this is what we can bring towards all sentient beings. We make a commitment not to judge people, not to put them in a box and define them as being this limited formation. When you see sentient beings, whatever it is, a bird or a rat, this is also Buddha nature. So we wish them well. May all cockroaches gain enlightenment. When our fear or our resentment or our anxiety blocks us, then we're thinking, oh, this is dangerous, or this is disgusting. This is why in the Mahayana approach, we say, these cockroaches were all my mothers in previous lives. Due to taking care of me, perhaps they had to steal food, perhaps they had to tell lies, and now as a consequence of that, they're living as cockroaches. Therefore, I should see the potential of the cockroach and not the outer form. When I define the cockroach as some dirty creature and I don't want it in my house, I'm not seeing the Buddha potential there. I'm seeing only my own self-referencing judgment. So that's what he's saying. We have to step out of this prison of ourself if we are really to connect with others. And he says we purify Buddha fields. So when we take the Bodhisattva vow, according to the tradition, the great Bodhisattvas of old at that moment created a profound intention of how they would help sentient beings. So the Bodhisattva who became Buddha Amitabha decided to make a Buddha land where gaining enlightenment would be very easy because he would remove all the impediments. So we purify Buddha lands by imagining the optimal conditions within which we can entertain all sentient beings. So this relates to relative truth and absolute truth. So in relative truth has two aspects, impure relative truth and pure. In impure relative truth, I am real, you are real, and on the basis of this, my relationship with you is mediated through the 5 poisons. That is to say, through mental dullness, through desire, aversion, jealousy, and pride. So, if you are real, you might have something I want, so I want to take it. You might have aspects of your life that I don't like and I want to punish you or harm you. That is to say, every aspect of you is mediated through me. So, for example, very often if people say, I love you, that means I want to sleep with you. So, I'm concerned with my desire. I'm aware of you as an object of my desire. This is mainly about me, not about you. So when we live in that kind of frame of reference, we are living in a very impure field. It's not a Buddha field at all. But as I gradually free my mind from the power of the 5 poisons and have a more attuned sense of how you are, paying more attention to you, I start to see that we arise in co-emergence. As I emerge with you, I'm attentive to how you are, and so I will do my best to prepare a setting within which you can flourish. In that way, the Buddha field is being purified of myself, so that it becomes a site of open, genuine hospitality. And we also, through the resting in the unborn openness of the mind, we fulfill our aspiration to attain the qualities of a Buddha. So, by completing these 3 aspects of fulfilling, ripening, and purifying, may we attain Buddhahood. So these are 3 general ways of describing the Bodhisattva path. If you do Mahamudra practice and you only focus on the mind and forget sentient beings, then profound awakening will be impossible. Heartfelt compassion dissolves the delusion of duality, of separation from the other. Then we come to the final verse. We say, by the power of the compassion of the victors, that's the Buddhas, and the Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, means in all places, and by the power of all pure virtue, as much as there is. So we're calling on the qualities of the Buddhas, and we're calling on all the accumulated merit of all beings as a reinforcement for our own aspiration. So with this as our backing, we say, may this pure aspiration of myself and all sentient beings be accomplished exactly as we intend. So we have been through this practice. If you recite this more for yourself, and perhaps you'll wish to study it more, go into it more, as you recite it, you imagine all sentient beings around you. And the 3rd Karmapa, he has set out this aspiration in a very precise way. So he says, may it be accomplished exactly as we intend. It's not just a kind of generalized or vague thing, may all beings be happy. He's taken us in this short text through these various stages of releasing ourselves from imprisonment in false beliefs, from reliance on the centrality of the delusional ego. And he's releasing us from the false polarization of extremes which seem to exist, such as existence and non-existence, self and other. Because in this practice, we are not making ourselves enlightened. We are uncovering what is already there. Sometimes it's compared to being like a small lamp inside a clay pot. The clay pot is upside down, so when you look from the outside, you don't see any light. We have to crack open the pot. If we do that, the light is immediately there. We are letting go of the obscuration. We're not making the light. The light is intrinsic and it is already in our heart. Sometimes people use the image of a kind of lineage of light going from lamp to lamp. So the Buddha or the teacher has a burning lamp and we have an unlit lamp. By bringing our unignited wick close to the teacher's lamp, we also will burst into flames. But that is not the metaphor or the image that speaks to this kind of practice. Nothing is lacking. The lamp is already there. Every experience that you have is dependent on the illumination of the light of awareness shining out from the ground. You don't have two lights, a genuine light and a bad light. There is only one light, but if you don't see the source of the light, you misunderstand what the light is and how it functions. Each of us is alive, functioning in the world, appreciating the changing seasons, experiencing happiness and sadness, the shapings, the patternings of our experience are illuminated for us. But between the light and the experience, there is a distorting veil, which is the functioning of our dualistic consciousness. The light of the consciousness, the light of the ego self, is not inherent in the ego self. Sometimes Rigpa, pristine awareness, is described as being like the sun. The sun has its own light. But for some of the days or some of the nights of the month, when the sun goes down, we see the moon coming up. On full moon night, we see, oh, the moon is so very bright. The moon is bright. This is true. But the moon is bright with the light of the sun. When we see the light of the full moon, we don't see the sun because it's gone below the horizon. So then we can imagine, oh, there are two sources. There's the sun and there's the moon, and both have their own light. But the light of consciousness, the light of the ego, this is the light of the sun, but which is not recognized. When we recognize the ground, when we look at the mind and we see the mind is empty, then the awareness of that is like the arising sun. The dawn spreads out and everything becomes clear as the radiance of the mind. But as long as we rely on this secondary light or reflected light of the ego consciousness, we don't recognize the sun itself, the awareness itself. So, in brief, for our practice, when you have time, practice basic shine sitting, attending to the sensation of the breath at the nostrils. Mahamudra is subtle. If our mind is disturbed by gross agitation, it's better to use a method which is a little bit straightforward, like attending to the sensation of the breath. As the more we do this shamatha practice, the more we see that the mind is moving, but we don't need to get caught up in the movement. Then we can take this focused attention up to the crown of our head and slowly scan through our body down to the soles of our feet and back up again. This allows us to see that the phenomena which manifest in the body are always impermanent. But if we grasp hold of these phenomena and wrap them in a conceptual elaboration. Oh, I have a very sore shoulder, I need to go and see the doctor, and so on. Then we elaborate a kind of parallel universe, a world of concepts which dulls us to the true nature of phenomena. And then we can simply sit, gaze is open, resting in space. And then whatever comes, comes, whatever goes, goes. By allowing the free movement of whatever is arising, we see that even when the mind seems wild and chaotic, this will resolve by itself. We don't need to impose control. That is to say, when you see the self-liberation or the natural vanishing of every experience which arises, then whether you say it's good or bad, it vanishes. So the good is going to vanish and the bad is going to vanish. I can't hang on to the good and I don't need to get rid of the bad. I don't need to be so busy. I don't need to be involved. If I let the mind run free, like they say, rang bap, like a stream tumbling down the side of a mountain, I won't go mad. I won't be overwhelmed. It's just kind of strange. But what does it mean? Well, it doesn't mean something you can put in a box. The meaning is not the cumulative, composed, intentional meaning creation that we do with our rational mind. That is to say that by relaxing our hunger for the semantic meaning that the conceptual content of the thought can offer to us, we're experiencing all these different moments coming and going, coming and going. Like being in some crazy club with discordant music and multiple strobe lights. What is this? It's just this. You can't make sense of it. It's just light and sound. Don't try to sort it out. But what will I do with it? Does it need you to do anything with it? Each moment arises and passes. Then profoundly, deeply, you see, I'm not in charge. It's not all up to me. Life is not a continuous examination in which I have to pass each moment and do well. Now, so much is going on. What will I do with it? It's as if you were to buy 100 necklaces with different colored beads. With each necklace, the beads are held in place by the string. So then you have a choice. Which necklace will I wear? This one with a lot of red, or maybe this has green and yellow. Oh, I'm not sure which one to have. But in this practice, we take our scissors and we cut the threads. Oh, all the beads have fallen on the floor. Hundreds of colored beads. So we get down on the floor and we see lots of different patterns. And these patterns, move them around with your hand, and new patterns and new patterns and new patterns. So in the same way, the thread of your ego identity holds the features of your own personality in place. this is me. And because I know who I am, I can make a gesture towards you. But if we release ourselves from the formation of the personality, which after all is simply a cultural construct, one developed by the tendencies from your parents, your schools, and so on. The personality is a patterning developed in the interactive field. It's not a private personal possession. That is to say, yourself, this feeling tone of you that this is me, which seems so deep and intimate and personal, is in fact generated interpersonally. And so the more I allow the arising moments of my potential to move freely, I widen the repertoire of my potential responses. And with this, it will become more possible to say, I will do what is required to save sentient beings. As the texts say, for the very great bodhisattvas, they can manifest as a tree in the desert for a tired traveler who needs shade, or they can manifest as a bridge over a river if there are people who need to cross it. As the great Dzogchen teacher Namkhai Norbo used to say, senza limita, don't limit yourself. Dissolve the necklace of your personal identity into the free flow of the infinite potential of manifesting in relation with others. So that brings us to the end of the text. And so I'd like to thank our translators and also Pedro in the background, who's been keeping the system, the Zoom system running. The work of the translators is not easy, particularly with a text like this. You have to maintain focused attention for a long period of time. Oh, we have our gratitude to them for their offering this kindness towards us. And we'll meet again in January if you're interested. And so I hope you have a good holiday break if you're going to have that. And I wish you success with the practice. And as I said earlier, if you continue to read this text and immerse yourself in it, maybe some questions arise and you can send them in via the SB Sangha, and we can raise them in the question and answer meetings we'll have next year. So I wish you all a good evening, and I hope this time spent together is going to be valuable in your lives. So, bye for now. Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, James. Thank you, Robert. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, James.
Tchau, muito obrigado.
Thank you.
Bye.
Merry Christmas.
Ciao.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.